He's very confident as a player.
He's so good at eliminating other players, definitely gotten way smarter, which keeps him ahead of the game.
His confidence is what makes him so good.
My name is Leon Kanata Kim, and I'm from New York City. I would say that I'm not really like shy or anything. I'm kind of easy to talk to if you get to know me well. I'm just a chill person, I think. I used to be a fragger, but I turned my entire playstyle around into an IGL because I realized that all these pros that I was playing with, I was smarter than all of them. And I thought that I could do better as an IGL. The way I see it is this game is 25% aim and mechanics and 75% IQ and brain. I'm doing it all. I'm IGLing, damage, that's just like my playstyle. I do it all. And these players still don't understand it. They're still only thinking about, oh, we need to start grinding our aim. Like, I just couldn't hit my shots right here. That's the least of my worries, actually. I'm thinking I need to survive Surge today, which is positioning, which is rotations. That's not anything with aim and mechanics, it's all IQ, right? When you're at this high level, everybody already knows how to build. How are you supposed to use it if you're in the worst position on the map?
It is Kanata and Adrian. Their game plan and strategies throughout this competition have been flawlessly executed.
I don't think there's any other game just like Fortnite, because every single season is different. Anything could happen. It's not the same game that we used to play. The spot that I landed in FNCS Major 1, which was Faulty Springs, is not there anymore. There's a whole new side of that map, and it's hard because I'm splitting that POI with 2 other duos, and all the rotations are different. I think I had perfect rotations last FNCS, but now I'm gonna have to relearn everything. It's gonna be a lot harder, and I need to be on my A game.
We saw Kanata hitting crazy shots as he does, but this will definitely be the time to do it.
Being positive is definitely one of the best attributes. You want to be playing with a teammate that has high vibes. When you're playing, it's just so much more smoother when you're having a good mentality. You're like, yo, we got this next game, we're gonna win. And your teammates say, yeah, we got this. Playing like that has a higher chance of winning the game. If you're a good team, you should be qualifying. That's like the bare minimum in my eyes, right? I 100% want to qualify to Copenhagen, but I also want to win.
This is history in the making. Can you imagine the storyline? Kanata yet to win an FNCS inside of every single one, but that he might win this last one.
It's qualifying for all 15. It is nice because I'm the only player on the region that's done it, but it's not nice to qualify for all these but haven't won one. I just want to be known as that one guy that's qualified for every single grand finals and won multiple of them. So hopefully this one I pull through, win, and secure my spot.
world, I see the plot. Any opponent opposed against me, I'm digging plots. Many men wishing death on me. 50 Cent, daddy, I'm a Teflon when you see me in the trench. Take your shot, we gon' bang it out. I'm unstoppable.
Yo, what's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome to the 2024 FNCS. We just got done wrapping up the global championships, and we thought for 2024, why don't we just run it back with a few twists along the way. My name is Zeke, and I'll be hanging out with you for NA, but we also have an incredible cast of analysts who help break all of what we're seeing here, the meta, the weapons, the strategy, all of it and more. We've got Vivid, we've got Kelly. Friends, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Zeke. Guys, I'm so excited to be back. What's up, Fortnite fam? And listen, Zeke, I gotta mention, you're talking about a couple twists to this FNCS. I think there's a lot, right? We got a whole new chapter, whole new season, whole new meta, a bunch of new duos. Kelly, I cannot wait to see what the players have in store for us.
I mean, we've already just barely started Major 1, and we've seen some unpredictable things so far, like EU starting off the competition with 1 million players signing up. It blew my mind away. And then, of course, EU just wrapped up their round 4 for the first qualifier, and it was absolutely mad. I love the changes that we're seeing with this Major, and I can't wait to see how NA plays it out, too.
That's right. And so in case you didn't know, basically we have 250 duos that are all going to be playing at the same time. We've got 5 lobbies kind of all going. So we'll be bouncing between game to game, probably right around the halfway point then on. And then we'll come back. We'll talk about what we saw, check in on how all of these lobbies are doing, and we'll keep the ball rolling. For the first 2 weeks, we're playing for series points. Top 250 after that, we'll move on. So yeah, this is going to be absolutely insane. Why don't we just talk about the duos? And I mean, I think if you guys watch global championships, there's one duo that's earned themselves the most prestigious title. It's Miro, it's Cooper, global champions. Now, obviously they were peaked there at globals. Are we looking for them to bring the same exact peak performance they had?
I mean, it's an international title that they have under their belts now. And I'm going to go ahead and say that, they kind of have to defend their title coming into Major 1. But really, they're not even on like the same wavelength when it comes to, if they win Major 1. It's nowhere even close to winning globals. But I got to say, shout out to Cooper and Miro. NA on top. I haven't gotten an opportunity to go ahead and mention it yet. So happy that they won. And yeah, I'm excited that they are sticking together for what will be Major 1. We'll see how long they stick together this year, if they plan on running it back at the international event towards the end of the year. I'm just excited to see them pop off again.
And I mean, they did that so well in global championships. However, I do want to speak to their play style in these kind of non-set lobbies where they are going to be going up against 250 duos instead of just the 50 duos, which is what we saw in the global championships, or typically what we saw in the final round for most majors. As far as looking at previous duo cash cups, as well as in round 3, they got 45th place. So these non-set lobbies might not be the best situation for them. However, their drop spot near that Marigold yacht seems to be doing well. They're going to be really close to one of the forecast towers, which obviously is going to be very beneficial for them.
I like it. Okay, so let's talk about another duo that's kind of been staying together. It's Acorn and Cold, veterans in this scene. And Vivid, we're seeing a lot of swap ups amongst these duos, but for Acorn and Cold, they said, no, we're gonna do this one more time.
So excited that they're sticking together. They had an incredible 2023, not to mention the fact that they went ahead and they won Major 1 of that year, and their following performances 6th, and then 7th at globals. Such a dominant duo, and I'm excited that they're gonna be popping off yet again in Major number 1 here. And I gotta say, listen, SBG, he always has some very, very wise stats that he goes ahead and find. And one of them that he went out and put on the socials was that Acorn has 2 FNCS championships, both of which were won of the first FNCS of the year. And Kelly, would you look at that? We're in Major number 1, the first of the year. I can't wait to see if the trend continues.
Yeah, I mean, they've already shown some domination in the earlier rounds. They did just get 93rd place in round 3, which was a bit surprising, especially with how their performance was last year. However, in one of those games, they grabbed 28 eliminations. Acorn absolutely clutched out an amazing 1v2 in the final moments there, which we know between Acorn and Cold, both of these players have those solo clutch opportunities. And they're also landing Fencing Fields, which has a lot of opportunities for them.
That's right. Speaking of opportunities, you know we can't not talk about probably the most decorated player. It's Bugha, but check this out. We mentioned the swap ups. Now Bugha is playing with Aviv. Vivid, what can we expect from this formation?
Yeah, this is one of the ones that I'm excited to talk about. I mean, Bugha kind of follows the trend that we've been seeing come from him over the past couple of years, right? Went ahead and played Invitation with Miro, didn't do so hot, so he went ahead and switched up his duo. Ended up playing with Threats, made it to the Global Championship, but again, not a performance that he was looking for. So again, we've got the new duo in Aviv. And let me tell you something, this meta, right? The snipers being in the game just makes this duo so much better. The cohesion, the timing that they have on some of their snipes is so good. I've seen so many highlights of them just taking out a duo like instantly with 2 headshots.
Yeah, and beyond their mechanical ability, they're also incredibly competent. Bugha being one of the most decorated players in the world, and he's shown time and time again that he's not just this one-hit wonder from 2019. No, he's constantly been in the top 3 time and time again, and they had an incredible performance in round 3. They got 17th place, and more importantly to me was their consistency. They were able to grab a bunch of eliminations in several games, and we're going to see how important that is today.
Absolutely. Now, his old duo mate in Peterbot is the last duo I wanted to mention, but now paired up with Pollo. We kind of talked about these players a lot last year, kind of separately, but we've brought these 2 titans together. Talk to me about these guys.
You know, I'll go ahead and summarize this duo with one word and one word only: mechanics. Absolutely dominant in that category, and the fact that they've gone ahead and teamed up together might make them the most mechanical duo that we have ever seen. And I'm just so excited to see how they perform in an FNCS style format, right, where the competition is a little bit more fierce, because we have seen on an individual level some incredible performances out of both of them when it concerns the victory solo cash cups that we have had throughout the season. They both have put up very high elimination games in those competitions, so I'm excited to see them team up and see if we can see some high elimination games out of them today.
Oh yeah, Pollo was a namesake over in NA West back when it was its own region, and then even moving on to NA Central with Sphinx had an incredible performance. And Peterbot, you know, we were talking about Bugha and all the duo mates that he's had. Peterbot has played with Bugha, Quanti, Larson, and Viola last year, and now joined up with Pollo. But like you were saying, Vivid, incredibly gifted players as far as just grabbing those incredible snipes and shots. So excited to see how they're going to do today.
That's right. There's one last duo, a little bonus one we wanted to talk about, but it's your casters that will be introducing them. So give them a big warm welcome. It's Monster D-Face and the Best Taco.
Let's get it. And that's right. We also have picks here, Taco. We want to focus in. You and I had a second to sit down, think about it. We're going with Dukes and Threats, right? This is a team that we have to highlight.
Yeah, and especially given a lot of their opened performances leading up to this 4th round. I mean, we've seen this team kind of being on top, even though it's relatively new. It's always fun whenever you're in the new chapter, but I'm excited to see what they're able to bring us coming out of that drop spot by Grand Glacier today, because there could be a lot of teams unsuspectingly contesting them, but I think this is a duo that can certainly handle the heat.
I mean, absolutely. Dukes does have several FNCS titles already under his belt. Let's see if Threats can help him also pull some more through. But other than that, I mean, we have a lot of competition in front of us, Zeke.
Man, we do. Again, we're going to be jumping in. We're going to be hopping between lobbies to see how this is all unfolding. Now, because there's these 5 lobbies all happening at the same time, one game a duo might land and be like, hey, we've got this great spot, it's uncontested. The next time they load in, suddenly there's 5 duos all competing for that one spot. So why don't we take a moment and highlight some of these key POIs that these players will be landing at, and honestly, Vivid, why they might be looking to contest these spots.
Yeah, it's very, very important to remember, kind of like the format that we're playing into. 250 teams queuing in at the same time, which means that you have no idea who's going to be in your game, which makes some of these objectives around the map so important. Some of these mythic POIs, each and every single one of them, there being 5, dropping a weapon and a medallion. The medallions have pretty much been like the namesake, I feel like, of this season, because they have been so good at making sure that you and your duo can stay very, very healthy in the shield category. You know, making sure you always have 50 shield as long as you don't take much damage for a couple of seconds. And yeah, with this new format, right, 250 teams queuing in at the same time means, again, these teams have extra games. They're going to maybe want to do like a W key game or go for something a little bit more risky, which is why I think we'll see some of these mythic POIs, Kelly, be very contested sometimes.
Oh yeah, and beyond just the mythic weapons as well as the medallions that you get, you also have the vault down below, which has an opportunity for you to get some much needed weapons. A lot of people looking, of course, for those snipers, as well as gold down below there. And they also have the weapons workbench, which allows you to add any weapon attachment that you want. And that in itself has been kind of a big part of the new chapter.
That's right. That's right. And we also can't forget forecast towers, right? These things are crucial to some of these duos. Being able to see where the next zone will be is vital information for some players. The kind of twist, though, is there's only 3 that spawn per game. So, Vivid, some of these duos might be thinking, I'm going to land close by. I didn't get that spawn. Maybe I'm not going.
Yeah, as if the mythic POIs weren't an objective enough, right? We've got the forecast towers, like Zeke mentioned, even another objective around the map that some of our duos have strategized around. Some of their drop spots are pretty much completely reliant sometimes around getting the information of that forecast perk, which is so strong. But again, you know, I just want to keep iterating the fact that, you know, you don't know what's going to be happening in your specific game. It's going to be different teams every single game. Is somebody going to be more willing to go for the forecast tower because they have extra games? You know, all of these teams that have their strategies based around mystic POIs or the forecast tower, they could run into some trouble today.
Yeah, I think the key word for at least this week is going to be unpredictable. We really don't know. I mean, EU have already had some crazy moments in the final games. I think we even happened to see a 40 bomb, which, you know, in set lobbies is impossible. But I still didn't think we were going to be seeing that here today.
That's right. Look, if NA had a chance, they got to watch EU, and now we'll have to see what they bring to the table, right? So now as we kind of get closer to the game starting, I wanted to kind of pick your brains on a few things. So we kind of highlighted the attachments to these weapons. I was curious to get your guys' thoughts. So obviously there's 4 spots. You have a couple attachments per spot. Do you guys feel like with every weapon, there's kind of that designated, like you want this in this spot? Or do you feel like some players will pick up a weapon and go, well, I think I'm going to kind of mix and match these things to kind of play toward my play style?
I think everybody probably has their preferences. My preference is to just pretty much always make sure that my AR has a hollow on it or a red dot, right? Because it just completely changes kind of how the shooting works, right? If you don't have that red dot on there, then, you know, bloom is still a factor. But if you go ahead and throw that on there, it kind of changes it, removes the bloom from it. But of course, Kelly, newly added this season, you still got that bullet drop off to account for.
Yes, yeah, and like I thought, like for a little bit, it was going to be a much bigger nerf, but it doesn't seem to be affecting players too much, of course. And then you have different weapons that kind of provide different play styles. Like Reet, who I will probably talk about for the rest of the month, is absolutely wild on the SMG. Obviously, there's players that are super good with snipers, and then of course you can't ignore the pump shotgun that everyone just seems to love. So I don't think it's so much about what augments can these players kind of build around their play style, but just the weapons themselves.
Yeah. Okay. And one final topic, sniper rifles. Let's discuss. Obviously, they're such an impactful and big part of some like of the meta right now. How do you guys feel like, maybe for newer viewers, what should they expect from sniper rifles?
Expect a lot of damage, right? You know, these players that we're going to be watching today, FNCS lobbies, top 250 on the region, they're going to know how to snipe, right? So I'm sure that we will see a ton of snipes today, some that I don't even think were possible sometimes.
I mean, the fact that there literally is one called the Reaper sniper rifle, I think is a perfect namesake for what a lot of these players are going to be experiencing, and a lot of them are going to have to maybe plan some strategies around getting sniped out.
Okay. Well, the stage is set here for us. And again, if you're just tuning in, welcome. This is the FNCS. This is NA. And again, we're gonna have a series of 5 lobbies to be hopping in between. We're gonna be checking on the leaderboards between games and getting right back into all of the action, of course. Now, with that being said, we're gonna toss it on over to our cast who are standing by. It's the best taco. It's Monster D-Face to get us prepared for the competition.
That's right, and that's what makes this exciting. Of course, we have all of this action we're going to be covering this first game, being the only one we actually get to see some of the drop spot. Taco, talk to me about how significant it's going to be for the players in particular as we start queuing into the rounds.
I mean, I'm just expecting a little bit of calamity for some of these earlier rounds, at least, MDF, just because of the sole factor that you don't know who might also be landing at your drop spot. But you have to expect that, especially POIs that have the medallions, for example, those I would imagine be contested practically every single match possible.
Yeah, and there are 5 different spots. And then, of course, the Volt drop spots that we've seen be also highly contested. But the medallion is by far the most impactful utility item you can essentially run in your inventory into your kit. So I'm thinking every single game, yes, if you've chosen to drop at one of those locations, I mean, sure, you're going to have to fight for it. Luckily, though, however, you have all this time, right? You have this window to queue into. It's not like there's actually a set amount of rounds. It's really what can you do to optimize how many queues you essentially get to drop spot into, right? To go ahead and earn as many points as possible. So, Taco, I mean, I'm thinking we're going to likely see some teams go for a more aggressive playstyle early on to really secure in a hefty amount of eliminations.
Yeah, that's always kind of been North America's forte as well. I mean, you want to talk about aggression when you look at some of the mechanical dependent players that we have, because I think Kanata even in the video said it best. I mean, everybody's got good mechanics, everybody's got good builds, but what I'm going to keep an eye out for is how players handle some rotations and their placements, because if EU was any indicator, we saw a decent amount of heal-offs taking place in the earlier portion over in Europe today. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see North America maybe follow suit to an extent.
Yeah, I think we are going to see exactly just that. I mean, at the end of the day, you only have a couple of opportunities, right, to go ahead and push through. And this first weekend is going to be an extremely important one. The funnel has really constricted its way down to just the players that we're, of course, seeing here. And there have been some upsets. It hasn't been the easiest funnel to get into for these top 250 teams. So I am expecting not only to be a very fierce competition set as far as the lobbies are concerned, but I think we are going to see people necessarily not succumb to the pressure and try to go, you know, all out, because for the first time, you know, in a long time, we're seeing a lobby set where it's just a little bit of everything, right? So if they treat it like a regular competitive game, and that little bit of volatility can play, I think, more into the team's favors that are a little more aggressive. But it sounds like the battle bus is ready, Taco. Let's jump in.
And just like that, MDF, the very first few rounds here in North America are finally taking place. And as far as our first duo is concerned that we're going to kind of be taking note of, hearing something about Blake and Macwood, which is a relatively interesting duo because there's a lot of experience. And I think experience is really going to be key because, again, it's just about players that are very accustomed to having to be so adaptable, so flexible. And Macwood, Blake, already just trying to do what they can. As soon as he steps, they want to take out Peter Griffin here because the intention, again, Monster, it's about the medallion. It's about getting into the vault.
Play for the medallion. There's only 5 of them, and this is one of those locations. But take a look. It wasn't a free drop by any means. There were 4 teams here, themselves included, besides you know, the fact that the others didn't directly contest them. So maybe they got a bit lucky there, but that's what it's going to look like when it comes down to medallion drops. Jumping with Seek and Dash, though. Seek with the clutch up on behalf of his team, and not only that, taking out a very notable duo there, Lawrence and Chubbs. That quick. It is over for Chubbs. Chubbs is going to fall from Team Prodigy. Super unfortunate for him. And, hey, there's some familiarity there, right? As Prodigy Seek is, of course, on the same esports team. So very interesting fight that just unfolded there. But that's what happens, right? 252 duos. You queue in. I mean, you have to assume maybe a part of their strategy, right? Their in preparation is, of course, practicing some of these similar rotations. So super unfortunate, but that's what's going to happen throughout the day.
And on that note, also have to keep in mind, there's bound to be teams that have just studied other teams' drops. Because as long as you have a general idea of the loop path that some of these teams are going to be trying to, you know, obviously optimize whatever farms them the fastest, but at the same time, that could work against them if you're trying to make the same plays every single time, because again, these players, they kind of ingrain that. It's almost like muscle memory once they really get going with some of their drop maps. But not every team necessarily getting off to a super aggressive start. We've got Bucky and Okus here at Fencing Fields. Curious if Nisha has already been taken care of, if somebody's been able to claim that Striker AR mythic.
Well, before we get there, though, Bugha and Aviv have a problem on their hands, and it seems like they're wrapping it up pretty quickly here as Bugha patches up the leak in the building, in the pipes here, and it's all his. Aviv here, he's got his back, playing a little defensively. There's another duo just above them, and this is what I'm talking about, right? Fast-paced games, off to a very hot start. I mean, we're not saying everyone's gonna W key, but ultimately, these drop-off fights, if you get to win, you know, 2 duos worth of eliminations, that's a big head start. Nerface and Goon, though, are like, yeah, maybe not, though. Let's get out of here as they end up backing up here.
Kind of surprised, though. They didn't fall back, but getting a replay look on Bugha, making quick work here. And the other thing, too, is that's a gray hammer pump monster, so you have to make sure that you connect Bugha with a nice double limbs closure there. But again, back at Hazy Hillside, we already saw one engagement take place. Axverse with the Frenzy Auto, just a little bit quicker on the trigger there. That's going to eliminate Dash. And now Smoke and Axverse, they know they still have company local to them, but Hyrax and Juicy, they don't seem all that interested in trying to take this engagement. And the other thing we haven't really been able to take note of just yet, MDF, I mean, still relatively early on, but teams trying to manage their surge damage in these kinds of lobbies, since it's not necessarily a set lobby, it's almost like you have to practice different surge strategies throughout each one of these matches.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, you might have to push the team that's picking up that reboot, right? Normally, we'll see that happen anyways, but when it's in a lobby like this, yeah, you're not guaranteed to know who's on your rotation, who's on your pathway, right? There's very little you can do to prepare in that regard. So taking those first fights, those big opportunities, is likely going to be extremely important. And talk about that, looks like Raiden here has also picked up already 2 eliminations alongside Slim Nemlin, and they're just trying to play to the zone. They are very hurt. But luckily, it seems like they do buy themselves just a little bit of time, but just enough posture to get to the vending machine here to go ahead and pull out some med kits and likely some minis as well.
They just need anything, I think, at that point.
Yeah.
When you're running so low on any sort of heals, no form of shields, yeah, the vending machines can definitely come up clutch here as Onyx taking full advantage of a met kid. And again, working with 80 shield, it's good. It's better than maybe what other players they've encountered have been able to work with, but I'm also curious to see how build management is afforded to a lot of these players, because again, with things being so potentially split and nothing really being guaranteed in terms of who's nearby, some players might find themselves not only struggling for surge damage, but just maybe a little bit. If you get stuck in overcommitments to fights, for example, and you're not able to actually farm up resources, like what we're seeing Pars and Baka take advantage of here.
Yeah, Pars and Baka are really looking to see if they can find a team up here. I think they have an inkling that there might have been someone nearby, and he was absolutely spot on. Pars using the grapple hook to jump ups to save material. We talked about that conservation. That's exactly what he wants to do. He cracks him for a 110. He knows the team is probably already healed up here. Little does he know Noxie is at max HP, but they have full advantage here, Taco. I mean, natural high ground, excellent positioning, and not only that, he knows that they are dictating the pace of this battle. However, the zone is on the way, so there goes the launch pad. Off he goes. And you know, they're going to take the tags. They're going to be happy with that to at least push them in the right direction here.
Pars and Baka, definitely veterans of the space, I would say. And so with that in mind, they're not going to waste any time as far as getting the zone. They know that they want to prioritize their positioning, because they can look to always try and pressure out some of those teams. They're going to be trying to pull in from that east side of the map towards the way that the zone is currently forming, and Pars as well. He had that mythic Nemesis, so he's got Montague's Nemesis AR from Grand Glacier, which leads me to believe they might even potentially have the medallion from Grand Glacier if they've got the mythic.
Yeah, likely. The teams are not going to leave that one behind, that's for sure. Meanwhile, Quinn and Panda here, playing a bit defensively as Elsa is just eyeing things up, trying to see if he has an opportunity. Sharkman is down here. The train's on its way. He's going to have to make a move. Seems like he's got his teammate's reboot card. Okay, so he's going to slide all the way on back, play for the pickup here. All in all, tough spot for them not to win their first engagement, but at least they'll have an opportunity to bounce back. He will be low on material, though. You can see that they've already expended most of their resources there. So going to be pretty tough for Sharkman and company to bounce back into this. On the other side, though, Notch and Hove, much different story here. Sunny side of town. Things are looking really nice by the Reckless Railways.
Yeah, and I think a lot of teams, it's definitely been a very evident competitive meta that a sniper is practically a must at this point. It's an excellent utilization as far as getting some of those surge tags early on. If you're able to connect even with the body shots, you don't necessarily need headshots at the time, although they're nice because of the insta-knock or elim if it's a solo. But I do think that prioritizing, just picking up that cash, getting as much resources and loot as possible, always good looks here as Cooper, he's trying to find some good looks of his own with that Reaper and to connect on that last shot, but I would say Cooper's probably one of the last people I'd want to have a sniper pointed my way at.
And I was curious if he was going to go change his loadout. I'm like, this man's not rocking a shotgun. Doesn't seem very natural for Cooper not to have some kind of big shotgun in hand, but it seems like he's going to opt into the SMG. He's got plenty of options here as they're playing the high ground, just trying to take advantage. Very interesting spot on the map as well, as they kind of find themselves somewhat towards the edge here. So really depending on whether or not the zone's going to pull outwards towards the Ritzy Rivera. Meanwhile, though, fight breaking out here. Caesar and Dembo. Not looking too hot for them. Look at how much they've already invested here into the battle. Not only just material, but heals as well. So a story is to be told here. A drawn-out fight between two parties. And so far, both sides are at a dead even standstill, but something's got to give here. And first, it's going to be Cece with a great tag so far. Taco and a piece up, but the shots clap back. And a 2-on-1. It's an even exchange on both sides.
The Demo doesn't want to let this go anytime soon. He knows that Caesar is knocked, but he'll look for the finish first. On to Nexi. And now, with Nexi having been elim, Demo, he's trying to see if he can get that revive off onto Caesar. Edge does not want to push this. In fact, another team gonna find themselves trying to trickle forward. Edge, it's now or never if they're gonna try to make the aggressive stance here. The Demo, he's just doing what he can to try and get his duo back up and running. The revive being attempted one more time, blocked off. Beautiful edit there from Demo to save his teammate's life just a couple moments longer. But Edge, he's really trying to push this one in. It's Sharkman, it's Elsa. Sharkman on a revenge tour after having just been rebooted not too long ago.
I'm more confused as to why Demo Be Cool hasn't just finished the elimination. If he picked it up, this would, signal to the team on the other side that, hey, the fight's wrapped up. Maybe we should back out of here. Sharkman might think twice, but the fact that he kind of delayed it, tried to play for the save on Caesar might be the end of it. And there it is. Sharkman comes in, finds a knock body. That's all the information there. They know, oh, now you are definitely a solo, and they picked up the elimination. So this is a huge change of events right now for Sharkman and company. All they have to do is find a tag here on Demo Be Cool, and unfortunately it's not looking like he's going to last for very long as he is scrambling right now, but it's just a matter of time before he gets caught out. There it is, Sharkman back from the reboot van and right on into the standings there with a couple of eliminations. Very nice for this team here.
And you could just tell, though, with the way that Elsa and Sharkman made that approach, they wasted absolutely zero time. MDF just ripping through those walls, clearing out as much of the edits as possible. I mean, it's not even really about them tarping to make that aggressive play. They were just breaking all the builds that were already pre-existing there. And Sharkman, again, just smelling like blood in the water, essentially. He could tell that there was no real opportunity there. I mean, Demo revives Caesar, and then Caesar gets instantly knocked again. just a little bit tragic there as well.
And you know what? I'm willing to bet Shark Man, that's going to be the last time he falls that early in a game. I think, you know, this is the first game. You get it out the way. The way he's playing, that confidence to push a duo like that, I think that's going to be a team that's surely going to perform and finish up towards the upper half. Talk about teams that perform early on. Chimp is known as a player that does exceptionally well in this type of lobby. It's these open style stages. I'm also feeling very, very bullish on the fact that Chimp might be a competitor to look out for here today. Take a look here. They're not happy with sitting in any kind of enemy builds here. It seems like they have bullied teams off of this general location. Clearing the space, getting the cachet for themselves. Very nice. And look at that. Everything to choose from here. So just posturing up very nicely. Launch pad in hand. They're going to be just fine for this game one.
That was so much Flowberry Fizz, though. That just got dropped. Definitely an ideal form of utility as well, because oftentimes in endgame especially once we get to those movie zones, you'll see teams, if they have any of that Flowberry Fizz, just trying to utilize it to possibly challenge a little bit more towards those secondary height layers, if not height entirely, just in case you don't have the grapple blade available. But Zypha and Shore, Zypha at least with a grapple blade in hand, but more curious to see what happens here with Bucky and Ocus. Bucky, I think a little bit of that Sixth Sense tingle right now, could probably tell that this location isn't 100% safe, especially being so close to that Rift Island. Have to imagine that there's other teams kind of lurking near the bottom here, but again, train's just gonna flow right around some of these builds that have been established here by Bucky and Ocus, and yeah, just really teams trying to wait out each other to see who's gonna make the first rotation, essentially.
Yeah, and I'm thinking they definitely found elimination. Sitting on way too much material. They tarped out a huge box. So Bucky and Ocus are having a great game one, sitting very comfortably right now. Meanwhile, Visual and Braids right here on the move, playing a little bit of a dead side rotate, taking their time here as they're trying to utilize this little bit of landmass before they inevitably will have to play into the waterfront there. This is a pretty odd zone to play off of, I'm being honest. Just south of the Rebel Roost, there's going to be a big body of water before you get to the Ritzy. And you know what? There's a team there. There's a team that's also looking back at the edge of the zone. I think they know that they have a very advantageous position here. And if they just follow their gut, if they follow their hunch, they'll be spot on, potentially to open themselves up to 2 free elims.
I mean, what I can't help but notice with Visuals is that AR ammo is looking incredibly low. Maybe Braids has more that he can split, but Visuals can't really be taking these long shot exchanges. Maybe initially a couple of rounds can be exchanged, but I just don't think 41 is the count that you're looking for when you're trying to approach on a dead side rotation, because if they are under in the slightest for Surge here on the it could be problematic.
And look, it was Baka and Pars who had the feeling there might have been a team there, and it looks like they let their guard down for just a moment, and Visuals and Crew slip by and make their way to the landmass. So Baka and Pars lose out an opportunity. And just talking about the ammo difference, right? Visuals and company, little did they know, they would not have been able to put up a long-range defensive stance. It's just not going to happen. They don't have the ammo for it, but that's the fun part about being behind the camera like we are, right? We get to see all of this little bits of insight and kind of know what's at stake. But on the other side, Bak and Pars is just playing off of instinct here. Meanwhile, we jump over to Miro, who's got the bit of high ground here alongside Cooper. Zone's going to pretty much pull towards them. This is a very favorable spot to be in, but not looking too hot either on the inventory count here. Half the material count's essentially already invested in this massive base here, and it's going to go to waste.
Definitely seeing quite a few teams that are more or less kind of in need of a refresh, whether it's for materials or just for ammo. Something's got to give at some point, and Bucky, he's already given everything as he will be on sacrifice so far here. Oki is doing what he can to try and see if he can pull this one through, but Bucky, he might just be trapped here. Don't think there's any opportunity for Ocus to look for that revive. Axe first, Smoke, possibly just taking their time, toying with that finish onto Bucky, and we were just complimenting this team for how far they were able to tarp out. Seems though as if they had to leave that initial location, that they'd established a little bit of a safety base in MDF, and now with Smoke, it's Axe first. They want this final elimination onto Okus, because again, you start one battle, it's not just going to be you and them. There's always the rest of the lobby to get involved, and that's something that we've seen Sharkman and Elsa already take advantage of once this game. You can imagine they're trying to see if they can run it back with a little bit of that third-party action, but Smoke and Axe first. 2 E-limbs in tow. And the main thing that I'm noticing is the max mats.
They're pushing back though. They know. They're like, hey, Bucky, we got you. Where's Okus? And they find him just on this upper layer here, making it look easy. And you know what? I have to assume that it's because of the momentum swing from Sharkman and Elsa possibly opening up the pressure, right? The line of fire here, because Bucky and Okus, like you talked about, they were extremely comfortable. Something had to go terribly wrong, and I think it's that they opened up the box against Sharkman. They probably had too many tags. Smoke and crew just come on in, and they finish the job, making it look nice and easy. That's what happens when you have teams that are feeling confident, that are moving, and they're closing fights quickly, right? But look at this, Booga even fighting back here in the water shamelessly in the sniper meta. Talking about it, you see the shot come through. That's the risk you take as you start to poise up in the open like that. Look at how many teams are nearby. I'm more surprised that the entire lobby hasn't found a fresh angle here, but no, they're just slow enough. White tags are going to come through. Booga's going to make the call here. Let's push this fight. We're going to finish them off. And look at this, not even going head on. He takes the side angle, right? It's the little bits of positioning here. It's the couple of small things, the small differences that put him to be one of the best, one of the world-class players. He puts himself on the left side to have the right camera peek. It's just so textbook, making it look very easy. And not only that, opens the line of fire for Aviv right there, not getting in his own teammate's way. The little things, Aviv and Booga are showing signs of excellent gameplay right now, and also synergy as duo mates. I'm feeling very good about this team now. I think Vivid might have been right putting a spotlight on them.
When they're making plays like that, yeah, it makes total sense. Why Vivid has so much respect, along with, I think, just about everybody that's paid a little bit of attention towards Fortnite history. But Booga and Aviv, they're not the only ones trying to create their own opportunities. Right now, it's Koyu and Goldberg seeing if they can push so heavily, but it's going to be a complete turn and burn here from Zypha. Does wind up losing short in the process. Don't think he'll be able to get that revive off in time, so it's looking like Zypha's going to have to resume the rest of this game as a solo clutch. But he's not the only solo that's moving right now. And the main priority is just making it into zone. Grapple Blade gonna mitigate some of the damage pressure from that, but he's gotta wait for those recharges to come through now. The builds getting expended at a rapid rate here. Everybody recognizing the fact that this solo has just entered the safe zone. But how safe are you really as a solo up against the likes of 2 duos right next to you?
Well, we'll have to see it. Zypha's been cooking off camera, and in fact, we might as well run it back one more time for you guys. Let's take a look at how he picks up 2 quick eliminations here. Moving alongside his teammate Shore. This is a very experienced duo. This is a team that handles the pressure very well. Goldberg gets taken down. He lets the wall come down, pre-fires the shot, lands it, most importantly, and closes the deal. As we start approaching the end game, though, Cooper and Miro already in position. Baka and Pars likely in a very strong spot to win this game as well. I know we see them on the low ground, but last we checked in, they had a lot of material. And look at this. Miro and Cooper haven't expended much. They are using these grapple hooks wonderfully to move just right along zone to zone here and get position to position. And now, honestly, they can even re-farm here. They can situate themselves even better. We jump in with Baka and Pars. Not a single elimination, Taco, but all the material in the world.
It seems as though Pars and Baka have done an excellent job of kind of just sticking towards this low ground, finding other teams' cleanups potentially. Looks like some kind of battle took place, at least where Baka and Pars are currently located, and now they're both just getting back to max shield. They want to make sure that they are full healthy when they go for their next method of attack here. But Booga and Aviv, right now, their only focus is on just controlling the high ground. This is right around the time where you would kind of expect a team to really start applying some pressure onto everyone else in those lower layers, but Bugha, Aviv, they're gonna have to be careful of some of these other teams that might have those grapple blades in tow. It's not necessarily a guaranteed freebie trying to hold on to height.
Yeah, listen, I see everyone talking about Flowberry this, Flow Juice that. No, I'm talking about Flow State. Bugha and Aviv are locked in right now. They have the high ground. They have so much space between them and their opponents. They are just in a completely different stratosphere right now, looking extremely comfortable. Meanwhile, Chip and Sires are down in the shambles box here. Below the Storm Surge, slowly running out of material here. They have to do something big or they're going to start falling down this totem pole pretty quickly here. So as they start moving to the front side of zone, let's see if they can take a fight.
But that's the thing. Even with Twixen on the other side of this wall, Chimp doesn't want to just rush in mindlessly. Kind of trying to do what he can to gauge the situation, gauge just how many duos, how many souls are actually in these low ground layers with him and Sires. And now Chimp finally finding some moments, trying to turn forward, but again, materials are so low. Cooper Miro actually gonna drop to the low ground temporarily. It seems as though they want to just restructure, reorganize from where they actually want to set up here in this like mid-ground layer, but Cooper just continuing to turn forward. Hob, Knock, they're the ones now trying to apply some pressure onto the other side of these walls. It's gonna be Baka, in fact. Not sure if Pars went down as well, but Baka being eliminated by Hob and Knock, that is a massive takeout.
Yeah, I didn't think that would happen, especially considering they had so much to work with. Baka and Pars are two of some of the best, you know, fighters that we have on the region right now. They're locked in here, but Zypha just holding on. That med kit's gonna go all the way through. That's a win condition now, completely used up here. He's trying to put himself in a spot. Sometimes it's just easier though to play for yourself here. Let's see if Zypha can find at least a single impact elimination. Pressure's coming in. He's in a world of trouble though. The enemy box is there, and I was curious why we're gonna be able to give it up their positioning here, but it seems like they just read the zone perfectly here. They just gave it up temporarily to get in front.
And it's gonna be Cooper first to fall here between himself and Auto Only. Auto Only being Miro, of course, but when you're left to try and deal with all this congestion that's been building the mid-ground layers, massive shot there from Hob. That's gonna be a medallion pickup as well for Hob and Knock. Just trying to do what they can to get those shields, but Pars actually still up and running, so it was exclusively Baka that got elimed earlier on, almost jinxed Pars into oblivion, but instead a little bit of revenge here as Scissor, it's gonna be an elim that Pars will claim for his duo. But now, Auto Only not gonna be able to cut the gap there with that grapple blade. Unfortunately, will fall to the storm damage. Hob and Knock, though, doing such a good job in this secondary height layer. Have to imagine that's still Bugha and Aviv up top, trying to apply some pressure. And then again, all the way down to the low ground, you've got Pars clinging on for dear life here. MVF, it is not an easy position, but pretty solid solo clutch so far.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is what you expect from a team that's just this good. They're going to perform. Everyone's going to put up the numbers. This is what NA's best is all about.
Knock, though, the last representative here, as Hob just recently being elim. Bugha still holding the high ground. He's got Aviv up to his own devices down below, trying to do what he can to take out all these other teams. A successful elimination, though, for Aviv as he gets knocked in the process, which is going to force Bugha down. But Bugha, he's just looking for the capitalized shots here, and he will find it. One of our rounds being won by Bugha and Aviv. Yeah, this is definitely a team that we're going to have to keep our eyes on.
What a wonderful finish to a close game. But for Bugha and Aviv, once they got themselves into a position to succeed, they did not look back. For a moment, though, they had us gassed. We were wondering, what is going on? Why would they give up a strong positioning like that? But instead, they said, hey, look, MBF, give me a second. Let me walk through some enemy builds for a moment here. And the moment it pulls back, they clutch out here. Take a look at those final moments one more time. Bugha jumps off, saves himself from taking damage, puts himself in the front. And just like that, it's over. Couple tags as well, just to ice the cake. And just like that, we get to toss it on over to the fam at the desk because Aviv and Bugha are our Game 1 winners.
Well, that's why we have to kind of put respect on their name. The first game of the day here in this lobby. My, oh my. And with such a swaggish factor there. Just a little swag on it, you know what I'm saying? Just zip on out, turn around. I know where you are. My teammates tell me everything. I have all your information downloaded. Lock it in, lock it out. That's so sick. And I gotta say, Vivid, this first game was a lot of fun. It just felt like there was constant action going.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of that action was actually coming from Bugha and Aviv. We saw some very, very aggressive plays throughout the mid-game, right? Those refreshes that they were finding just before some of these zones started to pull very, very far, including this one right here. Pretty much putting that duo in a montage in Bugha fashion, allowed them to have the materials to go ahead and actually build up on the high ground. And from this point forward, they just had it for the rest of the game.
I mean, I want to speak more of that mid-game engagement around Zone 7, where Bugha and Aviv were in a perfect situation. However, they're getting beamed from across the lake. Bugha doesn't fret for a moment. He's just, you know, kind of recycling through his wood builds, not really freaking out too much until Aviv and Bugha see that white damage that they take onto the opponent. And then that's when they go in with the engage. They use the grappler blades. They go in and immediately grab the eliminations. And it's really that patience and understanding that Bugha just brings so much beyond other players.
Yeah, he's got a massive brain, and he does not mind letting the lobby know just how many steps ahead of everyone else he is. We wanted to highlight Cooper and Miro there as well. Just a couple key clutch moments. Remember, we're just trying to put on the best performance we can over these next 2 weeks, and for this duo specifically, especially again with that global championship title, we have high expectations, and after game 1, I feel like they're in a good starting spot.
Yeah, 100%. Still a lot to play for, and just got to give a big shout out to Cooper because he has taken on the role of an IGL so well. If you ever get an opportunity to tune into one of his streams, the way that he talks, he's always very, very descriptive in his comms, and it's just very, very easy for him to mesh with Miro. And then you just leave Miro in one of these situations where he's left as a solo. We saw this time and time again throughout pretty much every single FNCS we've ever seen Miro in. Throwback to when it was like him and Bugha, they were just trading, you know, solo clutches back to solo clutches. Just such a good duo.
That's right. Now we turn attention to the standings. So as a reminder, remember, we have a bunch of lobbies all going on at the same time. So if you're looking up there, you're like, wait a minute, we just watched one game. Why is there 4 victory royales? Remember, there's separate lobbies all happening at the same time. So Zooks and Usain Bolt's over there. They got themselves victory on Kyra Marine, Crackling Zone as well. So again, we're trying to just put on the best performance we can after the first 2 weeks. Then we're going to look at the series point leaderboard and say, hey, which are the best players? Now you're playing for the grand finals. So after game number 1, especially to see a couple names in there, I saw in 7th place, Clicks and Epic Whale, a duo I'm very excited to see. They've been taking it very seriously, but guess what? I'm getting word. We're going right into the action. We have more games, more action. So casters, over to you.
Thank you so very much, Zeke. That's right. There is so much action here. And the way the qualifiers are going to shape up is that we are going to continue to drop right into the rounds in the middle of the heats here as everything is playing out. Larson and Degen already positioning up. And mind you, keep in mind, this game is very much underway. Take a look at the zone here. It's half in, half out, right? We cut all the beginning of the fat, Taco. We're getting straight into the meat.
Yeah, and for Degen and Larson, it almost seems like they're playing bouncers, essentially, to some of these other teams that are trying to enter on the south edge of this zone. But Degen and Larson, expect that they've got to be good on their surge damage, considering that they're not opening up any of their walls. They're not looking to try and create any edits to look for any sort of peaks. Probably also not trying to risk eating a sniper shot in return. We all know how rapidly that can go downhill if you are tagged, and then a team will immediately just try to key at you if they see any sort of damage that's cracking those shields.
Yeah, 100%. Can they find a shield opener? Can he find an opportunity to get on in there? That's what professional players will do. They'll take advantage of an inch, turn it into a mile. For Mason and Pen, they're already on the move here. Grapple hooks being utilized. Reciprocal, though, playing with Crims. This is a new duo, okay. Expect Reciprocal to mix it up. He was one of the few that actually stood true to his duo for several seasons, but now it's a little different right now. Ooh, big tag though there, Taco. Okay, he's gonna be happy with that damage.
Yeah, it doesn't even bother seeing if he can immediately follow it up. It just seems as though the focus, again, is just maintaining a steady trickle-in of surge damage, so you don't have to worry about being under the damage threshold should it apply. But move into a slightly different section of Rebels Roost here. You've got Jay Vaya and Baloney boxed up. Decent resources. No white heals at least on Jay Vaya, but hard to say whether or not Baloney might be holding onto the med kits, as we so often see duos choosing to split whatever resources they might have available to them. But it's going to be a positional move instead for Vaya and Baloney. Still keeping in mind that they're bound to have some pressure coming up behind them. I think that's why they're trying to get the move on now with these grapple blades. They know moving towards this hill might give them a good orientation of where the rest of this lobby is starting to collapse into this zone at. But Cash and Ilash, seems as though they found M-Pen. Might be looking to aggress, but it's hard to work from the bottom up.
I respect it. Look at the zone, though, Taco. This is really, really looking bad if you're on this this western side, which is everyone in the lobby at the moment. No one has decided to say, oh yeah, let me get a little more comfortable. Let me use this grapple blade to get a little distance. Nah, everyone's comfortable sitting on top of one another inside of this lobby. As we start to scope out, you can see running lists of players, names, a lot of names that I don't necessarily recognize. That's a good thing. This is their opportunities now. Tricks here trying to see what he can make happen. Meanwhile, he's got Dylan pushing up on the side, though. Big tags coming in. This is a duo pushing with confidence right now. Let's see what Tricks can do. Defensive tag comes in, doesn't quite hit it. The second one is good, and another team shoots in, loses teammate. Pickett is down now. For Sams and Dylan, they already have 2 elims. They might be able to reap the rewards. A knocked body here. Oh, it all makes sense. They were well below the surge. It's gonna force their hand here. Oh, they left a body, getting greedy for the loot instead of going for the tags. That might be a fatal error here.
Right now for Sams, Dylan expending a little bit of that Forberry Fizz just to see if they can buy themselves some time, but they need, what, 2-3 good tags, and they're in business. But Sam's just barely any ammo to work with on that Striker AR.
Pretty fine.
And it's not looking much better on the Frenzy Auto either. Still 210 below. Sams and Dylan both know that they are essentially working against the surge clock here, because that gap is only growing. They're going to have to create their own opportunity if they want to find themselves sticking this one out and not falling victims to the surge tag damage. Now it's going to be Sams and Dylan trying to see if they can find another section of the map, another section of the lobby to potentially try and find a little bit more of those tags in. But Dylan already knocked, likely due to the fact that just struggling there for the longest time. Reciprocal, though, on the other end of that, he's not struggling in the slightest. Love it. Every time that sniper connects.
Yeah, even with the sniper change, it does not matter. You give it to pro player, he's gonna make it work. The muscle memory kicks in. The shots start to connect. They make it look easy. Crims is down, so greeting for the loot there did backfire, and it seems like Reciprocal didn't grab much of it, like at least as far as the ammunition is concerned, because he's in a pretty tight situation here, and he's given up some of his weapons, some of his arsenal just to go for heals here, so trying to give himself a condition to play for placement. That's what he's going to opt into. Meanwhile, sticks on hype here, and pretty solid alongside 411.
4 floppers though, and 3 medkits. That's definitely a pretty good spot to be in as a solo with heals. But if anybody gets that elimination onto Reciprocal, they'll probably be happy with the loot that he might drop, depending on how those floppers actually work. But Mason and Penn just trying to do what they can to hold their current layer. Not necessarily full height just yet, but seems as though they are on that secondary height layer. Mason and Penn trying to do what they can to chop out the team on height. Vorteca and Sigma will be forced to drop momentarily, but it's not a full chop. It's more so Sigma looking to see if he can apply any sort of pressure, and M-Pen actually going to have to pull back. Needs an opportunity to try and get some heals going. Medkit will buy in time for now. Swap off the medallions just so MPen can get some of that passive shield regen.
Yeah, you can see the regen kicking in here as they're on the rotate right now. Trusting and Mason to lead the rotate. Meanwhile, Victor, Blizzard trying to play their best as well. 3 eliminations here. Placement points are just around the corner if they can stay in. Respectable team in front of them. Called Genesis there and Remix. Have to pick and choose their battle very wisely here. They don't actually even need to force it right now, but they are seemingly pushing the boundaries here, trying to really squeeze the lemon here. Liquid and Dino Antics looking pretty good as well. He's on the move around the side edges here. Down another layer, so down to low ground they go.
But even with them being in this low ground, MDF, they're certainly not the only team that's being forced into the low ground. Ecto and Ian, they've definitely got a decent amount of builds, but nothing as far as shields is concerned. Only white heals available right now for Ecto. Doesn't really seem like he has an opportunity to pop it anytime soon either. But Liquid, big eliminations onto Doe and Salt Lover. Doesn't look like he was able to collect any sort of refresh though, so unfortunately for him, only 1 build and a dream to work through right now.
Yeah, and high ground clear as Dave, Vortec, and crew. They're just gonna chill up there while the low ground is gonna be fighting for their lives right now, just outside the roost here. Let's see it. Prodigy, Dozier on the move right now, another solo. So these are all solos. Liquid's gonna pick up another elimination though. This is on to Fort 11 from Team WTJ. That's gonna bring him on up to 6 Elans. He needs to pause down though, find a chance, but he doesn't have mats. As much as he wants to drink this big pot here, he just doesn't have room for it. Instead, he's gonna get crushed. From a huge shot from up above. And now we jump over to Mason. Mason and NPen, like we said, that team's so high up. They don't even have an angle down on what's happening here. Mason out of material now. NPen back against the wall here. They try to fight with everything they got. Mason gets himself behind a team, misses the first shot. And just like that, Victor turns and burns. That's gonna bring him on up to 7 Elans there.
But Victor still took a massive shot from Mason. Bound to pose some issues here for him as he will find himself getting knocked. Now it's Whopper, it's Quangador. We're gonna drop to the low ground, see if they can find the last couple of players that are still left standing in this lobby. They don't have any white heals. They're just trying to run around the map as desperately as possible, but it's Blizzard with 4 medkits, make it 3. Sigma, only 2 medkits, but as long as Storm Sickness doesn't apply here for Blizzard, you have to imagine that he'd have the upper hand.
But there's other players in the mix here, and they might just have a decision or play at hand here. Oh, Kwanga, that's very nice, but medkit's still on Ian as well. I'm gonna think it's gonna come down to whether or not Kwanga can actually find elimination here. If he can find Blizzard or Ian, he might just have a chance, but Blizzard survives just a little bit longer. It's gonna be enough for him to go ahead and out-survive all of the opponents who tried to sit there and play for the heal off that win condition, slowly but surely going in his favor. Look at that, it just shows you, even if you have high ground, doesn't mean anything if you don't fight for it, Taco.
Definitely very reminiscent right now, though, of what we saw in EU earlier today, MDF, because these players are not messing around as far as holding on to those white heal resources are concerned. I mean, we saw Blizzard, 4 medkits is usually going to be enough, but the fact that he was even that close, Monster, it kind of tells you that there might need to be more pressure being applied from the teams that are on height, because if you leave these players to their own devices, you never know who's going to be sitting on a whole factory of sustain.
Yeah, NPen had the right idea. They were trying to fight for it. Unfortunately, didn't quite hit the shots, especially when we saw Mason jump down onto Victor and just miss. That clean miss was the problem. You can see it from Victor's perspective. He didn't miss a single beat. He hits every shot that matters, and that's what put them at least in a position to try and take this all away. But when you're on high ground like that and you have all that runway, you have to use your ammunition. Otherwise, you can see there, players like Blizzard are going to walk away with it. So excellent game, excellent showcase here, but there is still more action, Zeke.
There is, Monster. There is. I'm telling you, this fast-paced, like, lobby format, I'm in love with, man. It's so fast. You just hop in, there's action. And, you know, when we hop in, we're just in the back going like, what's happening? Why do they have no bullets? Wait, where are they shooting? What's going on? Like, there is kind of that, like, you have to orient yourself, right? And obviously for these players, they've already had this whole time to build up and get to this point. But for us, we're tuning in right at the best part of that game. It did not disappoint. What did you guys enjoy about that last game?
Listen, it was cool to see NPen and Mason up there, right? They were second high. They ended up running out of mats. Didn't use their remaining mats to go ahead and go for a refresh. But I just want to give a quick shout out to NPen. He's doing some like crazy subathon right now. He's on like day like 59, and he's out here still competing in an FNCS lobby. So you love to see that.
My favorite part was the anxiety that this game gave me. I just didn't really know what was happening when we jumped into it, but then I was able to follow Blizzard and Victor, who had an incredible run right there. Not just showing, obviously, you know, the heal-off meta is a bit more of a passive play style in the end game, but they showcased that it wasn't just this heal-off meta that they were focusing on. They also got 7 eliminations as well as the Victory Royale, so I'm excited to see how this duo, which we haven't seen too much of them in the past, is going to be performing throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And the casters kind of talked about this heal off, right? I feel like this lobby's got to be a little more proactive, right? You know these med kits are a thing. You know people are going to try and go for those heal offs. You have to try and combat that. Now, how you want to do that? Hey, you guys are the pros. Y'all figure that out. I'm just trying to give a little bit of advice. Let's take a look at the standings, though. I'm curious to see how things are going. If you're just tuning in, what's up? This is the FNCS. We've got 5 lobbies all going on at the same time. So if you're like, wait a minute, how is there 5 victory outs? More than 5 on that first page. It's just we've got a bunch of lobbies all happening. But I wanted to break down this kind of top 10. Start here. Right there at the top, Puga and Aviv just sitting there very comfortably, 87 points. Now there is quite a bit of time left, right, Vivid? But even if we just look at this top 10 list of names, I'm very excited to see how like the falling games will kind of play out.
Yeah, you know, we're getting back into the swing of things FNCS wise, right? Can't forget about Iamzo and Rise sticking together. It's good to see them have a very good game, number 1. And hey, listen, that good game out of Blizzard right there, clutching up with the med kit, puts them into 3rd place, which we love to see. And Kelly, look, another duo, very, very familiar, Muzz and Paper.
Oh, we got Muzz and Paper, we got Duke and Threads, Peterbot and Poyo, who we were talking about. But I do want to talk about Agers and Kanata. We got to see an awesome video of Kanata right before the show started. But they are the highest point team right now without having a Victory Royale. Ooh. And it's kind of crazy when you look at it. They have 16 eliminations right now. And even with a duo that has just 4 eliminations and 1 Victory Royale, they have more points than them. So I think that this is going to be a very placement-heavy tournament today compared to elimination-heavy games that we've seen before.
Yeah, absolutely. And guess what? The bus is ready. We're ready. We're going right back into the action. Take 2, this time with Acorn and Cold.
That's right. The action does not stop. Acorn and Cold are in the mix of it right here, and they have already picked up an elimination as the 3rd party starts to jump in and put their influence into the mix, but Acorn has to pause down. It's up to Cold's hands here. Take a look at the elimination count for this duo here, already at 7. What a monstrous game are we jumping into here. This lobby thinning out pretty quickly.
This is looking like Acorn and Cold saying to themselves, hey, our first match or 2 did not go the way that we wanted it, and now they are just on demon time because Cold with 6 elims, and we're only in zone 6 so far, Mia. Absolutely disgusting, but also kind of expected because Cold is just him. Sometimes he will full jump into a box and just walk out victorious. It's almost like he just never misses, and that is certainly a duo that I think is 100% trying to aim for a Victory Royale this match.
Definitely put a stamp on it. Earn the respect of the lobby, right? Remember, yeah, sure, everyone's landing wherever they want. It's a little bit of a, you know, a wild, wild west type of situation right here. Anything goes. However, once we start jumping into later stages, your performance here is going to matter, right? When you start determining, hey, this is a set lobby now. I want to have this piece of land, this little bit of real estate, this medallion drop, maybe, right? It's going to matter. Players are going to look at your previous performances and then have to make a decision. Do we really want to face that duo?
Yeah, and again, when it comes to Acorn and Cold, their first 2 game performances so far was a 35th and a 28th place. So I think that's why we're seeing Acorn and Cold really hit the turbo on this one, trying to play catch-up in points with some of those big elims. And if they wind up just keying the entire lobby that they're in, Monster, I would almost say that would be super detrimental for everybody else involved because that's just so much pressure to be applying this early on. But we'll have to check in with them a little bit later on, see how they're faring. Right now, it's all about Death and Polarized. And Polarized does not like his new neighbor. He's got to worry about Raiden making the approach from his west side, but Polarized, he's not letting up anytime soon on Raiden's walls, and that Thunderburst SMG definitely excellent as far as taking out some of these builds are concerned, just applying good pressure, just consistent pressure, and Raiden clinging to his last breath here. Just seems to have drawn the attention of everyone that he's a solo in a swarm of duos. That's gonna be Death and Polarized that make use of that elimination that somebody else actually confirmed onto Raiden, but it doesn't matter as long as you're able to collect the resources.
Yeah, and Polarized and Depth, I mean, listen, this is a team that I feel really good about this season. SBG laughed at me when I was, you know, kind of hyping him up. I was like, look, Polarized has been on this uptick, dude, and he's got Depth feeling inspired to put in the work right now, making content on top of just grinding for comp, and I think that's the difference. We haven't seen that level of inspiration come out, I think, of Depth in a long time. But we jump in with Chimp here. Chimp lands himself inside this lobby. We see him essentially in that first showcase. They did pretty well, pushing their way towards the end game. This game pacing out to be a little bit better. Already at 2 elims so far. Let's take a look back at how they earned them. Pushes on in, takes all the real estate they need. A lot of distraction here, and the shots come in. In the process, they pick up 2 for their troubles, so that's not bad by any means. But look at this, Taco. Cold jumping in. Another player just boxed up.
Yeah, it's just another box fight for Cold to win. I don't even know if I can necessarily qualify that as a box fight even. It's more like just an immediate elimination there for Cold, as he's now up to 8. Acorn still representing. He's got the moral support there for Cold. You just know that Acorn's got the IGL calls like, hey, Cold, there's another box, another guy. Surely you can take care of that.
All the confidence in the world. Acorn and Cold here, not even building high, just enough to put some pressure on, and then W-key the player that was trying to grapple blade off to the side there. And honestly, they might be the only team. Yes, I was right. They are the only team on the back of this hill here on the back of the lobby. There's no one here to distract them from doing the work that they need to do. Full keying the lobby, exactly. And now look, fresh duo here, fresh boxes. What do you think he's gonna do?
Immediately run up on them. It's been a 100% success strategy for this team so far here in their 3rd match. Is now Cold, Acorn. I don't call this hesitation. This is more so Cold and Acorn, I think, just trying to make a smart approach. They know that they can probably key this other duo right next to them. Instead, they're going to take a moment to kind of scope out everyone else that's starting to make their way towards them. They've got the point of elevation here, and that's what matters most. Just outside of Rebel's Roost, near Lavish Lair, you can just see the white HP being ripped apart here. It's Cold now finds an elimination from deep onto Creep. Never stood a chance. 12 elims already in tow for Cold and Acorn, and they're not letting up anytime soon. When we say full keying, we meant it, because Cold and Acorn are just collecting bodies right now.
This is crazy. 12 elims right now, and I must say, I'd be lying if I say I wasn't concerned at how they're just peaking right now in the sniper meta, but Cold does not care. Intuition is telling him he has the runway to do it, and he has taken advantage. Meanwhile, Acorn solidifying the fort here, so really leaving the eliminations to Cold, while Acorn is just making sure they're set up to win this game. And all the metal comes out. All of the metal comes out to super solidify the base, gives them the ramp, the tarp there. Look at that. Grapples his way back. Yeah, positioning is going to be key here. This is just an excellent spot to be in right now.
And directly underneath where we saw Acorn placing all those height layer metal builds, underneath those cones, it's going to be a Death and Polarized, but even if they're playing from the low ground, definitely a team that can handle a little bit of congestive pressure, but TK and Bacon, too much pressure, don't want to find themselves getting sandwiched in some of these low layers. Blueberry Fizz gonna help them with trying to get a rotation into the next zone. A lot of these teams, though, definitely nobody looking to claim center zone just yet, Monster. Right now, it's just about whether or not they can even get a good position in the first place, because everyone just kind of stuck on top of each other.
That's right, but you know what? Acorn and Cold did everyone a favor, right? With the amount of eliminations they picked up already, performance must be feeling pretty smooth right now. So it's going to come down to who is going to just outperform, outshine the best of the best in this lobby right here. For Chaos Gaming and Company, it's time for them to start finding eliminations. They're going to need to go ahead and turn it on. There it is. They find the tags they need. That buys them the window, but it also turns off the surge, so they don't have to worry about that anymore. Acorn and Cold, interesting enough, opted to play a little lower than I thought they would have liked to. So that's going to give people an opportunity to fight for their positioning up top. You see the fizz and how it gives you that extra bit of mobility there. Does open you up to some angles, right, if you will.
Not sure, though, that angles are what Jackson's looking for. It seems as the survival is the only thing really on his mind. That was a potential successful revive, but unfortunately not enough momentum to actually keep pushing forward. Couldn't get that med kit off in time. A little bit tragic there, but Chimp and Scissor, we tapped in with them just in the last round, MDF. This is, again, one of those teams you were kind of calling like, hey, Chimp, definitely somebody to look out for. And a team with 5 elims. It seems as though this has been a pretty key-heavy lobby.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Chimp. I've seen what he's capable of in person, on finals, right? There was a point in time where he was the new kid on the block, but he's gone, you know, through those hurdles. He's been in these big dog lobbies, you know, in the past, and this is really where he comes from. He comes from these lobbies that have decent players in open settings, and he's got to fight for it. And so far, they're putting up the numbers. They're putting up exactly what we expect of a team like Chimp now, right? He's gonna soon be he's the next wave of, you know, experienced player. Bacon and TK are on the heels here too, though. So he's also a team that has very much many FNCSs under their belt. Take a look at the high ground. Sphinx tries to come up, not going to be successful as Cole claims another one here. And then another one as he follows up into the bots, onto death here, and polarized. I was trying to gas him up. I was trying to give him the juice, but Cold is just different.
17 eliminations? You cannot be serious right now. Acorn still holding the high ground. Cold, he's just trying to add a couple more to the tally here. As Chimp finds his 4th elimination. But Chimp and Scissor, they're stuck up against the likes of Cold and Acorn, who have just been absolutely tearing through, decimating the entirety of this lobby so far. Cold waiting for the prime opportunity to strike, drops once he recognizes the split there from Chimp. Chimp doesn't have any sort of heals for the time being, but it's going to be trade out knocks here. Down to Acorn, up above. Still has 2 med kits in tow. Same as Scissor, so curious to see who actually manages to hold out longer here.
Yes, Scissors did have an extra one there, but I do believe that Acorn might have timed it just a little bit better. And look at this, he finds himself a nice little loot pile here. I think that was a flopper there, but he missed the chance to pick it up. Now it's going to just come down to whether or not he can play these medkits out all the way. He finds another one there, but the shots come in from the side, and the zone does the rest. Acorn holds on by the skin of his teeth there, but they do it in fashion. 18 eliminations there, Taco. Just a spectacle. You need a big game, you put on a big game, and now they're back in the race.
Yeah, that was definitely a huge, 3rd time's the charm, essentially, is what I'm gauging from Acorn and Cold. Just keying the entirety of that lobby. It was absolutely disgusting watching how many eliminations they were actually able to accrue there in the end, but Cold in particular, he just looked like he was a complete monster of this lobby. But I love that play at the end there from Scissor, because he was just kind of taking matters into his own hands. I mean, we talked about how the last match that we saw, it's just, hey, not enough pressure being applied, kind of letting this heal off go through, and Acorn nearly lost that last engagement if it hadn't been just a quick reflex on the wall toss-up.
In that play right there, yeah, Cold, you know, got tagged hard enough for the zone to take him down, but he just completely outplayed Chimp. He edited the wall, but he didn't peek it. He was so fast, he edited the other wall and got the tag first in the exchange there. Just a wonderful showcase, wonderful play there, and that's what it's all about here.
Yeah. And again,
Man. So that's what that looks like. You know, you ever like go into a game and you think, why does it feel like I'm not playing the game? Like, why does it feel like you're telling me what I'm allowed to do and what I can and can't do, and you have all the stuff, but I feel like I'm gonna win this, right? No? Wow, Acorn and Cold, they just took over. They just said, hey, you guys are not allowed to play the game. We've spun the web, you've fallen in the trap. 18 eliminations. That's the highest number we've seen today. But Viv, that number could go much higher.
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, we love a classic Acorn and Cold type game. And this was just one of those things where Acorn and Cold, they were able to go ahead and take the high ground, but they weren't content with just leaving both of them up there kind of chilling and kind of like riding the game out, letting it go to heal up. No, Acorn played like 3-4 layers above Cold the whole time. Cold was wall to wall with everybody he possibly could be with. And the elims just kept coming in, and I was looking, I was like, who in the world let Cold get double mythics? Because we know exactly what he's capable of when that happens.
Yeah, that Nisha Striker AR from Fencing Fields just does so much damage, 234 DPS. And in the hands of someone like Cold, you can see just how devastating it is. During that game, I was freaking out saying, are they 3,000 above Storm Surge? I don't remember the last time I saw someone that high. But of course, when you're Acorn and Cold and you already have 8 eliminations where we're not even at the halfway point of the game, I guess you can't expect any less. But not just the aggression we saw from them, but also the tactical play style at the very end there, where Acorn and Cold decided to split up, seeing if Cold could get a few more eliminations. And then once Acorn saw, oh, that might not actually happen, I'm gonna go and find more heals. And they got the victory royale because of that.
Just disgusting. Like, I just don't even... Like, this is, to them, this feels like this is just a normal lobby. You know, just hopping in, getting warmed up for the FNCS. A casual 18 elimination victory royale, no big deal. And again, this is just because of this format, right? With the 5 lobbies, things just can get extremely chaotic. But for Acorn and Cold, they've kind of experienced this chaos, right? They know what to do in these situations. So to them, it's like, oh, you're gonna let us dictate tempo? Bet. We'll just go on to win a game. No problem.
Yeah, they also used to like just simply Cold 1v2ing Polarized and Death right there. Like, are we going to go ahead and mention that real quick? Because that is no easy feat. Love to see that though. But Zeke, listen, we got the leaderboard to check out.
That's right. Muzz and Paper in that #1 spot currently. Now, of course, we haven't had a time to check in with them as far as the games they're in. But Kelly, to see them at the top suddenly, like, this has got to be feeling so good for them.
Wow, and to have no victory royales but 112 placement points just shows that they are consistently making it to the end games here. As well as grabbing a few eliminations, we expected no less from Peterbot and Poyo, who have 22 eliminations as well. Some new names coming up into the leaderboard too, and a team that was once up first place, Aviv and Buga, dropping down to 8th.
Yeah, there's so many things that we need to check in, but you heard the bus. Going into our next game, and it's a duo I'm very excited to see how they perform. It's Clicks and Epic Whale.
That's right. It's the big boy Clicks here, man. Clicks, hey, he's really grown into his own, you know, in these competitive season after season. Just recently, he revealed that Epic Whale's been one of his favorite duos to play with. And although they may not have performed exactly where they wanted to before, they have seen themselves continue to grow as teammates. So I think they're showing it right now. Look at this. Already at 5 eliminations here. Not too bad.
Yeah, and kind of just adding on to what you were just talking about, as far as Clicks and Epic are concerned, Clicks himself even admitting that he's like, hey, you know, we recognize the fact that good things take time, essentially, is what I heard him talking about on his stream during opens. As we all know, Clicks want to stream everything possible. Loves making content, man. I think it's awesome to see that he seems to have really found a good sort of vibe with Epic, because a lot of times it can come down to just how well you're actually able to get along with your duo. And again, we see Clicks with 4 elims, but the journey for as to how he got there in the first place, at least from 3 to 4, Clicks with the sniper rifle, that Reaper just collecting successful eliminations.
Yeah, and talking about a big lobby, this is the who's who. Kanata, Agers are in the building right now. 10 elims collectively, so a monstrous game right here. Another team that is trying to continue to keep themselves in the conversation here. Kanata's talked about it. His goals this year are to find another FNCS win under his belt. He doesn't just want one. He doesn't just want to be the guy that has made it to that final stage time and time again. He wants more wins.
Once you get a taste, it's kind of hard to let go if you think about it as well. I can imagine it'd only be more motivation to such strong competitors, and I think when we talk about strong competitors, it would be a disservice not to mention Rise and Yamzo in that conversation. Yamzo getting a good clipping of Ant there. But again, not looking to just rush forward. Even if the shields are cracked, Rise and Yamzo, certainly a team that can work very efficiently from a low ground position. And it seems as though they are cozy enough that they just want to maintain their damage threshold, but they're so far above it at this point, MDF, that they're definitely capable of just kind of waiting things out, maybe seeing if they can push the teams that are still stuck behind them and keep them kind of on the fringe here. Don't really let them have easy rotations into the safety of zone.
Yeah, and all in all, I mean, they're on the outskirts, right? You want to wait to the zone pools, and look at that. Had they made a move, it would have been a mistake, because it does pull towards that northwest side, so they're going to find a lot of favoritism there. Meanwhile, the teams on the other side are going to have a pretty tough time. There is a huge dip, followed by a one-road trek on into this new zone, so it's going to be pretty tough if you find yourself either on the east side or the middle here, as there's not going to be a clear path to success. Grapple Blades, however, are going to start to come out here. Chance is trying to figure out what his move's going to be here. He's running back and forth, kind of operating between the builds of him and his previous teammates, who's no longer in the lobby right now, but yeah, he's got to go.
And don't get me wrong, I know that there's multiple lobbies running at once, because keep in mind, it is round 4, 250 top duos so far, duking it out in like 5 server lobbies at a time, essentially. And I am noticing a trend, though, MDF, with a lot of these zones pulling towards this northwest side of the map from the matches that we've gotten a chance to take a little peeksies into. And it has definitely affected some of these teams as far as just trying to get an efficient rotational path, because it's just hard to work through so much water, especially dealing with the bridge. Easy for other teams to essentially catch you off guard.
And you know what? On that note, the pressure, right? The pressure that starts to sit on the players if you didn't perform game 1, game 2, and you start to tell yourself, hey, look, this is top 250. We're a top 10 duo. Like, let's just key. Let's just go fight. But then you hit that brick wall. You hit a tier 1 duo. You just never really know who you're going to go against. So it's pretty tough to make the right calls in these types of lobbies. You have to truly commit to your decisions. For Clix and Epic Whales, so far it seems like they've hit the luck of the draw, as they have 6 elims and they're sitting pretty comfortable. But look, Agers and Kanata trying to make a big showing here. They've already banked out. They cashed out 10 elims. They're feeling great about this game so far. They want to win this one, and then honestly, if they take it, we should see them up towards the top 10, top 15.
And this is kind of what you would expect from the team that's trying to hold high ground. Just so much pressure being applied here. Kanata really laying down some shots with this striker AR, and again, like this approach here, Kanata gonna go ahead, tarp forward.
Epic Whale trying to go for high ground, but no, Kanata catches them, zips right on over there, and Epic Whale's like, all right, we got caught. Let's go ahead and split the material count here. Might have been worth the risk, but Clix also burned in the process there, so good defensive plays by Clix and Epic Whale there. Meanwhile, Victor finds himself a knock. It's a solo here. Caillou has to play defensively. No, not enough for Victor. He's going to go down. Yamzo and Rise, who's looking like a dominant position for them to be in. Now put on the back foot here temporarily. They're going to have to heal. And this is also going off the elevation, so this is a very tough spot to be in. You cannot just jump off. Not just yet. It might be the last play you make if you did.
Clix and Epic almost for a second seemed like they were going to look to try and challenge Agers and Kanata again, but thinking differently of it. Clix and Epic, they also are kind of in need of a refresh here, at least as far as heals is concerned. Their builds weren't totally shambles just yet, but you can expect those to dwindle rather quickly as teams continue to try and scurry around. It's going to be Clicks, it's going to be Epic one more time. Just trying to deal with the duo that's directly in front of them.
No matter.
This is a nice little wraparound, but yeah, that's the problem. He needs some sort of a refresh, some sort of a knock into an elimination. Doesn't seem to spot out Caillou's a complete solo there. Instead, hiding underneath this cone, seeing if anybody will swing by this bush here. So Clicks and Epic Whale can look for a refresh.
And look, they do not trust it. Clicks is like, hey, look, I can play for positioning here. I can play for a little bit of placement. Let me just hang back for a second. Yam's on Rise. All that material gone now. Clicks for full HP into the zone. Finds himself elimination there. It was worth it, but the zone does the rest. And he falls inside the top 15. But from 21st positioning to 15th, and the Elam is a big jump. That's a gap closer. Meanwhile, Demo, Be Cool is still alive right now. Yam's on Rise, out of material, down and forced into this low ground position. Caillou is down there as well. They have eyes on him. Probably want to pick this Elam up. They know he's sitting there. So now it's all types of risky here. Luckily, things clear up for a second now. Let's see it. Team waiting for them. Yamzo Rise. Yamzo finds the tag. Can he get another one? He can. Just smarter positioning. And sometimes you are just a little bit better. And Yamzo finds 2 for his troubles here. Rise still alive. And into the top 10 they go, Taco.
Just so tragic there for Yamzo that Rise couldn't quite get close enough to provide him with some backup. Just so much chaos taking place in these low ground layers.
What?
Yeah, it's Kanata just fully running on the low ground. Might have heard about the fact that there was an 18 elimination Victor Royale, and he's still going. 18 as well for Kanata and Azers, tying everything up.
It's just making it look easy. Finding feet, tagging players. This guy's healing. He's not looking. And all of a sudden they go from around 14 eliminations, jumping right on up to tie Acorn and Cold's last performance there. And a big 18 is a huge swing for them. We'll see how it reflects on the standings, because all in all, those are the kind of games that are going to net average you way up the leaderboards. But you know what? I'm thinking other teams are starting to recognize, the tier 1s are starting to recognize, hey, if we want to stay in this running, if we want to stay comfortably up towards that top 50 or so, I mean, we got to just play strong. We got to play aggressive like that.
It's just the fact that Agers was looking around, but I'm sure that Agers and Kanata weren't the only ones looking at what took place there. The desk has got more in store for us.
Agers and Kanata hitting us with the Daquan, giving him toes. My gosh, I don't even know how he saw that angle. Like, Kanata, you just know you're good. I don't need to tell you you're good. You know that you're good. But we just saw an 18 elimination Victor Royale, and then they said, hold on, we can do the same. Just watch. And I like too that Monster called out these kind of upper echelon of duos. They're starting to pick up. They're like, okay, let's just run it. Like, what are we waiting for?
Yeah, a lot of names were actually in that lobby right there. We saw Yums on Rise. They were kind of on the low ground. Clicks and Epic Whale also on the low ground. And both of those teams actually ran into a very similar problem, which was they just kind of like ran out of mats, couldn't really fight any longer. But Kanata and Agers, they were able to take that victory royale because they were just chilling up on the high ground, had plenty of mats. And, you know, you already mentioned it, Zeke. 18 eliminations, that is a lot. And you know what that means? A lot of refreshes, Kelly.
That too, and that's 18 eliminations on top of the 18 that they already have, so 36 total, and plus that victory royale, as well as their top 7 performance that we saw earlier. I cannot wait to see where they're going to be on the leaderboard, but so much is changing with this leaderboard. I do want to remind everyone that if you guys look at it yourself, it's going to be constantly changing, but we have to look at Kanata and Agers absolutely dominating on the high ground, and once again 3,000 above Storm Surge, meaning that they don't have to worry at all about any issues, and didn't look like they were worrying at all, Vivid.
Yeah, and listen, you know, Kanata said this little thing, right? He was like, yeah, the game's not really much about like aim or mechanics, right? Well, Kanata, I don't know if you're putting up a good argument for that right now after watching that end game.
It's like the misdirect, you know? He's like, yeah, no, it's not about that. You should stop doing that. Let me keep doing that.
Just hits every single shot possible. Absolutely incredible stuff. And, you know, again, we see that similar thing, right, to where we saw Acorn and Cold. Somebody always kind of hangs up on the higher ground where somebody drops down. And Kanata right here was the one that went for the drop down and just found so many angles to get all the eliminations.
Yeah, not ending things off while I thought the game was already over, and he says, no, let me get a few more eliminations here. And I think that was a pretty smart play for Kanata, because if we look at his loadout right now, he doesn't have any med kits, he doesn't have any fizz, he doesn't have any floppers, so he had to go for those eliminations instead of the heal off. I'd love to see what Agers actually had in his loadout as well, to see if they were potentially preparing for the heal off, because that could have been something that was very detrimental to their win condition there. But clearly it wasn't that detrimental, because they're in first place right now in our leaderboard with Ritual and Ree in second.
Of course, you bring up Ree, you can't not bring up Reed. 151 points right behind them. Man, let's take a look here, though, at our top 20 as well. Remember, again, if this is just chaotic and you're like, what is going on? 5 lobbies all happen at the same time, and this is the fallout. Just trying to place as high up on these standings over the next 2 weeks as we can. Thoric there paired up with Chris. I'm interested in this, see what that duo is capable of. But so many other names here as well. You can see Aviv and Bugha, though they had that super strong start and the Victory Royale, they're starting to kind of, I don't want to say drop pace, because that's not what I'm trying to imply, but like they're keeping up with it, right?
Yeah. The games are going, right? Maybe they're in an end game right now. Maybe they're about to shoot up 100 points right now. But everybody right now just pretty much competing for series points, Kelly. And hey, listen, we still got a lot more games to play.
And there's a lot of teams right now that may not be in this top 30, but you will have to be the top 250 teams to move on to the semifinals over the accumulation of both weeks of qualifiers we have. So even if they're not in the top 10 or top 30, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be bad for them.
That's right. We still have plenty more games, and the bus is ready. We are ready, so let's just jump right back into it. Acorn and Cold, let's see how they're doing.
And here we have it. The next match is ready. Acorn and Cold are on once again. What seems to be an aggressive type of time here. They have Dorito and Belmar Yasir in mind. But Cold, backside completely open to another duo. Doesn't even care. That duo doesn't want any of the action here. They're playing for a little bit of a center zone. Cold's going to get punished in the process here. In a bit of a scramble, the 180, though, to put down a player, and he's got the trade. It's up to Acorn to go ahead and close the deal here. It's a bit of an even exchange on both sides. Acorn loses Cold in the process. Cold is now officially down and out. Acorn's just going to go for the full reset here. Dorito thinking if he can play for the pickup, but Acorn's going to be pretty quick. This is his wall here. That's his wall as well, but he missed the shot. The edit was bad too. And this is dangerous, dangerous territory. It's Crackly, it's Zone who pull on up. Very experienced duo. Crackly, no stranger to competitions, playing a lot of zero build, but people forget this is his roots here. This is where he comes from. And this is going to surely put him back into the conversation here. For Zone and team, I mean, they do a lot of damage. Dorito's hurt, Taco.
Dorito is severely hurt right now, but he's not the only one. Acorn being left to fare as a solo here, having watched his duo Cold just get full E-limbed in front of him by Dorito. Dorito as well will meet his match here. Zone and Crackly, they didn't want a part of it initially, but once they recognize some of the shots that were taking place, they realized that they had such a great opportunity to not only collect some surge damage, but also just get some great resources, some great refreshes early on. And now Acorn possibly just hoping that he can get the reboot card here for Cold. If he's actually able to get Cold rebooted, though, that could be massive, but at the same time, it could leave them in a pretty tough position here as we approach the end game, MDF, because, again, they're going to have to spend time just refarming resources there for Cold.
Yeah, I was going to say, if there's a time to do it, it's pretty much now. As you can see, even Bugha and Aviv are comfortable in the storm right here, trying to buy themselves a little bit of time. And they have options too, right? They have heals here. They have launch pads, rifts. This is so much they can work with right now. Look, Acorn in the right position at the right time to pick up his teammate. In comes Cold. You hear the shots come out, though. So Cold already attracting attention from the lobby. But now they are below the surge, so all that damage seems to have been wiped clean. And yes, although they may have 2 eliminations, this might still be a pretty tough spot to fight their way out of.
And look, I kind of get it, because when you have an 18 elimination Victory Royale burner, it's hard not to want to just repeat that same key mentality. But Cold, maybe letting a little bit of that hyper aggression get the better end of him, just kind of took those box fights rather recklessly. And Acorn just wasn't able to assist him in the way that he would have wanted to. I mean, it's great that he's back up and running now, but really want to check in with that duo later on to see how they fare in comparison to some of these other teams like Asian Jeff, like Oliver OG, who are kind of just fighting their way through fencing fields.
Crash pads in hand as well. Plenty of tech to play with, but no AR ammunition, so pretty tough spot for Jeff to be in here. He's going to have to back up to Oliver, help Oliver heal up as well. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bugha and Aviv come in late from the storm and get taken out by Tavern and Peace. And just like that, they get put on ice for a second. We were just talking about, they were like pacing, you know, top 15, right? Slipped down to top 16. Now, it's going to put a little bit more pressure on them to perform their cushion being given away.
But Jeff, Oliver, a couple more moments. I thought that Asian Jeff was going to go for that aggressive fight here up against Peace and his duo. Instead, just looks to reposition. Quinn going to grapple blade right on by, and Pollo and Peterbot. Again, another team that's really been and hyped up as far as their mechanics are concerned, but those same mechanics, you kind of want to see it translate into some aggressive fights here. It's Cold and Acorn. I mean, aggression is basically all they've been dealing with this entire match so far. Is a med kit will buy Cold a little bit of time and that Flowberry Fizz, but this is not a great spot.
You know what, though? Acorn did pick up an elimination getting to this position here, so they're fighting tooth and nail right now to try to stay in this game here. The lobby seems to have given up the attention and focus on them for now. Cole gets pieced on the rotate here, but still have a ways to go. One more box up and things should settle down, but no, Acorn caught in traffic, and he tries to close the gap to get to Cold there. I'm not sure what went wrong. They both had grapple blades and just about everything they needed, but he must have just gotten super unlucky, landed in a position that got him pieced up for a moment there. So the shoes are exchanged now. Cold is gonna have to play this one out by himself. Meanwhile, Peterbot, Pollo in a fight here, 5 elims so far. Talked about them a lot at the top of the show, right? One of the most mechanical teams we've seen come together. But we all know that mechanics are not enough, right? You need the game sense. You got to play smart. Let's see if Peterbot can put all of his learnings together here alongside Pollo. He's going to dance on Jeff. Everyone knows the big spotlight on Jeff nowadays. So big 7 elims right there is going to set Peterbot up. Feeling pretty good right now.
I think that's what Peterbot does so well, though. It's not even just, it is a full-on mental game when you are dealing with Peterbot in your lobby. And just like that, he's ready to move on to his next target, but he gets 8 up on that grapple blade rotation. Tough stuff, too, when you're just watching your shield get practically fully depleted. I mean, 2 shield left on Peterbot. He's going to be able to resustain it, of course, but it's just kind of keeping you on your toes. You can't just use these grapple blades as freely as maybe some of these players are trying to actually get away with. Instead, gonna be Chimp looking to rotate off of that Flowberry juice, and now the Scissor right next to him.
And this is about a center of the zone can come finally. Let's get a little bit of a different vibe here on the broadcast. We're right outside the ruined reels. And this is all dead center. It's going to get away from the water, play over the land, relatively smooth territory. This is where it becomes real textbook. It starts to feel like a creative game, if you will. Not too much crazy elevation, not too many secrets. Oliver OG, though, finds a secret of his own down in the low ground there as he gets taken out. Meanwhile, Chip and Sire's also in this game. Okay. A lot of feature time here for Cold, though. Still in the running here. Finds another Elam. Not giving up by any means.
Just kind of barely managing to hang with that damage threshold. 94 above. So Cold looking to pull himself into the front side of zone, but immediate box up. Decent amount of builds as well for a solo here, MBF. He can just remain a little bit more hidden, but that's just not Cold's playstyle. Looks as though he's trying to find an elimination, see if he can maybe find someone to potentially drop him some small shield potions or even a shield potion, any sort of shield sustain. Is really all he's looking for.
Oh, that was so good. That was so good. Recognizes Lancer, tries to run out the side there, catches him with the cone, and then edits it immediately there. No time wasted. And that's just how deadly Cold can be right here. You let your guard down and you're gonna get sent back to the lobby. And it's just incredible to see how Medkits have made such a resurgence here. Being able to use it on the move like this, it is just such a great addition to the game. A subtle change, but it changes everything and makes it so relevant to play in a high-paced speed like this. Acorn's gonna stay in his zone. Meanwhile, on high ground though, TK and Bacon are setting themselves up to take a win here. TK, no strangers to FNCS lobbies, no stranger to, you know, the pressure. And neither is Peterbot. Take a look at this. He's by himself as well.
Unfortunately for Peterbot, Poyo getting mixed up with some of these other teams in these mid-ground layers, and now Walker's forced to drop full bottom side. Finds an okay refresh, but immediately gets Elam the moment he tries to mantle up after collecting those materials, so won't get any use out of them. But Peterbot again trying to charge forward, trying not to draw too much attention here.
Nice tag.
Beautiful succession there.
Oh my god.
Peterbot just continuing to piece him up. Now fully charging.
Watch him work. Look at how he turned that around. A 2v1. This is what we talked about. Mechanics, mechanics, mechanics. You put Peterbot in endgame, especially if he's feeling it. You're going to see it come to life. And all of a sudden now it's Peterbot's high ground.
It's just the fact that a solo is the sole contender towards that high ground. And yet Bacon forced to give up that position. And Peterbot, though, might have bit off a little bit more than he could chew here on the ultimate low ground. He's going to turn through the wrong wall here and will meet his demise, but still a really solid run for a solo clutch situation there. Poyo definitely got to be happy with his duo's performance in that regard.
Yeah, look at this. Vert, no extra heals, just the one mech he's going to try to tap off here. Virgo on the low ground does have a little bit of work with, so this can really go either which way. Chip has to come back. He does eventually come back to the fight there. Puts a little bit of pressure on the low ground team, but it's not going to be enough. Vert and Yuumi have to come down and take this fight. They are the notable of the two here, but Broken has been in these kind of positions before. He's experienced here. And look, poised, defensive, on the low ground, waiting, and they just don't see it coming. Vert and Yuumi drop the ball, and they should have had that game in the bag, but they get outperformed by Broken.
Just a wonderful masterclass as far as making sure that you connect your shots is concerned.
You love to see it. Excellent positioning there is going to put them in a position to go ahead and swing things around. Hey, look, a second place 8 Elam is still a wonderful game, but for Virgo and Broken, look at how they outplay the situation here. Virgo finds a tag, swings around, jumps down, and closes the deal in spectacular fashion. And just like that, another one is inside the book, Zeke.
Again, I love that you call this out. It's not necessarily like they dropped the ball. That's not exactly what happened, right? They just got outplayed. And in those critical moments, it's almost like that's what I like expect to see out of a normal FNCS lobby, right? Like really slow, methodical. Where are they? Where could they be? But because of the nature of these lobbies, these just rampant, chaotic games, I'm sure it was just like, what's happening? By the time they had that moment to breathe, it was just too late.
Yeah, some of the coolest moments we see in Fortnite competitive history is when there's like a 2v2 in the end game. One of the teams is on height and one of them is on the low ground. And usually that goes to the team that is on height very often, but that was not the case right here. Broken and Virgo did such a good job of playing with the refresh mats that they got in order to go ahead and find themselves an advantage. I mean, the side shots, the mantles, it was all there.
I think also it was that they weren't on true low ground. They were kind of on this like low middle ground. So then once Vert and Yumi dropped down, they were able to like get a good edit and take the shot on them, which I don't think Vert and Yumi were expecting. So I think Broken and Virgo with their builds was able to kind of get an advantageous position in that end game.
Yeah, just those little things, right? Just those little like, I just know that with this all chaos going on, I'm just gonna try and make that one just zen play and hope that it works out. And for them, it does. Of course, second place, still fantastic. You're still gonna slam points on the leaderboards. Let's take a look at Peterbot though, who went on a bit of a tear there in this last game. Man, I'm telling you, especially this, like him being by himself in those like final moments of that game, like if they were together, man, they're both alive, they can just cause so much havoc to a lobby.
Yeah, 100% right. And they were doing that for quite some time here, but it eventually got to the point where Peterbot was left as a solo. And oh my gosh, did we get to witness something absolutely incredible. And you're probably like, wait, Peterbot's on a height right now. How did he get up there? With some incredible plays on the TK. And I was thinking to myself, imagine you're TK and you're going back to like VOD review this and Peterbot's just like mechanically outplaying you. Like they're just like, okay, well, like I don't really know what to do next time.
Ooh, well, with this spotlight right here, it says that they're currently in first place. I'd love to see if that's true. Obviously, the leaderboard is jumping all over the place with all 5 of these lobbies going on. But yeah, when I saw that Peterbot had 2 mythics, the Striker AR and the Hammer Pump, which are arguably the 2 best mythics out of the 5, I knew that he was going to be going on an absolute tear right there. Unfortunately, he did lose Pollo, but they went down in 5th place with a bunch of eliminations, so clearly going to be a good situation for them.
That's right. We want to break down more, but you heard that buzz. It's game time. We're jumping back on board with Clicks and Epic Whale.
Well, here we have it. We're getting into the late stages of the event, of the qualifier. Games are going to start to really hit that breaking point now. Again, it's a battle for consistency. It's a battle for points here, ultimately. In this lobby, I'm looking at the feed there too. Miro and Cooper have found themselves in this lobby alongside Epic Whale Click, so you can already tell it's going to be a good one. Click's had 3 eliminations again as well here, Taco. So every time we've jumped in, I mean, they've at least had some numbers on the board.
I have to imagine that some of those elims probably stemming from the fact that their drop over at Lavish Lair being one of the name POIs that has that mythic weapon, Oscar's Frenziato, on top of Oscar's medallion. I can definitely see why teams would be choosing to try and contest Clicks and Epic for the opportunity to try and get that loot for themselves. But yeah, that's where I'm expecting those 3 elims to have stemmed from. But more on them later on, see how they fare after having left the Rift Island. Seems as though they were able to gather everything that they wanted to for the time being, but Cooper, auto only, just hanging out. My Reckless Railway is not really sold on which direction they want to head first. World's kind of their oyster at this point.
Yeah, when you're the global champions, you know, you can decide how you want to do this whole thing. I mean, they're chilling. They're doing pretty good. 3 eliminations, not too bad. They want to play for end games. I think this is where we are.
On Surge.
Yeah, I do feel like this is where we're gonna see teams start to pace out a little bit differently. We're gonna see teams, of course, try to do their comeback games, but if I had to guess, in the middle of this entire equation, there's gonna be some that decide to ease up a little bit, just try to maintain the lead, not necessarily force anything big. Clicks an Epic inside the top 20 there. Sharkman and Elsa slipped down after kick it off to a hot start alongside Bugha and Aviv, so a little bit of a trend there. We'll see if they can catch that tailwind again. However, we jump back in with Aaron and Chance. They have to make a rotate here, so not completely safe. They're going to give up the team fight instead of sticking around. I like the call here. I like the adjustment to play for zone now. This is smart.
Yeah, playing for zone, especially given the circumstances. I mean, how many times have we seen teams just get picked off trying to make some of those later rotations? Even teams with the early rotations, depending on how you're actually utilizing the grapple blade or just your movements in general, seems as though everyone's kind of just keeping an eye out, trying to see if they can place a small edit, look for tags, whichever which way. or even just knocks him full elims. It's nothing that warrants, I think, any sort of immediate chase down whenever shields get broken by a solo or a duo, but at the same time, it is kind of just trying to claim space, I think, for a lot of these teams, especially some of our more experienced teams that are definitely trying to control the flow of the lobby.
Jump back in with clicks. I don't see Epic Whale nearby. He has to close the gap there. Catch back up. Bit of a split here. Might have been kind of forced into this situation. The zone's going to pull pretty far right now. And it kind of makes sense. I can see Clicks does not have a grapple. Meanwhile, Epic has Crash Pad. So some mobility on one side, none on the other. There it is. They end up connecting with one another. They're at 4 eliminations now, continuing to rack up on and off camera. Take a look at Pandy and how he's picking up some action here too. Double edit, trapdoor, caught and finished.
Just a clean play outright. That's a good confidence builder play as well. You can see Pandy kind of looking to keep trying to push forward. Sees another team there and Crisp thinking about maybe looking for a challenge just from slightly above. And again, it's kind of a refresh that's needed in terms of finding some white heal resources. Even finding like a standard shield potion instead of just these small shield potions could go a long way right now for Pandy and Keenser.
You have to be careful. Crisp and Noxy, a very experienced duo. A lot of years playing with one another. Many games under their belt. Meanwhile, on high ground, Exoff in Toronto, putting down the pressure. Laying down the story, trying to see who's going to pick it up for a read so far. 3 elims, not bad by any means. Zone's going to pull pretty far, though.
Yeah.
And they're going to go for it. Okay, I don't really know how I feel about this, but they're going to commit to build out all the way across here. This is going to be a huge material commitment. We'll tune in with them in just a second. We'll be right back on that one. But first, on the low ground, let's see what Clicks and Epic Whale are going to do here. Also eyeing up an opportunity here, and there it is. We called it. This is even crazier. Another team wants to jump in to this incredible tarp here. It's so far. Why go for it? Yeah, Exoff changed his mind. Look at all that material saved.
But still, at least 30 builds having been expended towards that initial tarp out, and that's quite a lot to kind of risk first rewarded. I'm just not sure that there was ever really much reward for him waiting. But hey, that's where some of these other teams can try to look to take advantage, and Clicks and Epic taking a moment to look up, recognize the team on height, but Clicks not finding an opportunity just yet to actually challenge them. Instead, it's going to be some nice shots connected into the box up against Maxo and Dolzer. Dolzer completely on the back foot here, just trying to do what he can to tarp and stay alive. And Clicks and Epic, they're actually going to choose to just keep moving forward. They don't want to get caught up in any sort of congestion in these mid-ground layers. They know they've got to stay moving with the zone.
A lot of our experienced duos starting to look up here, trying to see if there's a little bit of vulnerability up top, and it does seem like it. Once you see those wood builds, you know there's a chance for you to go for it, but Miro wants a refresher instead here. He jumps on down, following Cooper's lead right now. Very interesting to see how this is going to play out. Meanwhile, Epic loses Clicks. Epic Whale now left by himself here. 50 builds, 40 builds. Just a couple more to work with. Tagged up too. Tough spot to be in here, but staying alive now is really all that matters. Just placement points right in front of him. He's got to stay up for another 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, but with no builds, he's just got to take his chances. Won't be able to find a successful swing around there. Ziggy with the elimination onto Epic will cut his run short here in this lobby. But Curve and Xanda, we saw them really early on looking to challenge Ziggy on that height take, and they're still holding it. Haven't been chopped out just yet, haven't had another team directly aggress. We've seen some instances from Auto Only and Cooper potentially looking to try and take over, but again, Auto Only Cooper looking to try and make their way up from the secondary height layer. How many builds left though for Auto Only? 6 builds to his name now. Has decent resources though, so might just look to try and brawl out on the low ground, see if they can find a materials refresh that way.
I definitely respect it. Miro and Cooper getting active here, cleaning up house down low. A lot of mats to be picked up as well. So this is going to put them right back in the game here. Miro left behind, though. Cooper's going to double back here, try to get a little bit of support going here. Catches one in the mix there on high ground. It was Curve and Xanda. Okay, so the big fight for high ground ends up working out, but this time they are now materialless. Just 4 elims. Miro gives up the high ground again, just playing ultimate low here, trying to rack up elims. It's working so far. He's at a big 7, but this is it. They're starting to gas out now. Cash gets caught. Another one swings around to them, and Miro's probably going to be the player that goes for high ground. You can see him making that decision. He already has the grapple blade here, but the duo comes down together. They also are desperate here. It's an all-or-nothing situation. Curve not looking to play for the high ground. Miro slips up the side. Just a little bit more clever, a stronger angle, and Cooper and Miro win the game.
Cooper and Miro just knew that they had this one fully under control by the end there. Xanda and Curve just completely ran out of build. They had to drop eventually. The way that that zone was pulling back over that hill, that loss of elevation just made it impossible for Curve and Xanda to try and stay upright there. But a wonderful challenge as well. Out of auto only, making sure that it wasn't going to resort to a heal off in the end.
Couldn't come down to an heal off, not when they didn't have any grapple blades to work with. The Fear Boys were forced into a fight right here, but Miro, he reacted sooner before they made the move. He just probably sensed it coming and had a stronger angle, and just like that, they end up closing out with a 10 elimination win. Our global champions put up some big numbers there.
Absolutely. Cooper, Miro, y'all did not for real just do that. That was like how to perform a pincer attack 101. Like, that could not have gone any better. Wow. And this is actually something I kind of wanted to bring up with you guys. Like, as much as I'm enjoying this super fast-paced lobby kind of action, there is still that moment where, like, hey, you kind of have to, when you get into these types of situations, you got to fall back on what you're used to, right? Like, you could just go all in and go, we're going for the win, this and that. But for them, they just stop for just one moment. They're like, hey, we can win this game. We just got to do what we know we have to do. Let's execute. And it was just beautifully done, Pivot.
Yeah, I love Fortnite sometimes, right? Because, we ended up with a 2v2 at the end of this game. But each side of those two, each side of that duo right there in that 2v2, how they actually got into that position just looked completely different. We had Xanda and Curve up on the high ground, right? They were kind of just chilling, not really going for many fights, just kind of like spraying everybody down. And then there's just Cooper and Miro on the low ground for like 2 complete zones the entire time. They're just like building and box fighting, finding refreshes, and just continuing that pace throughout. And it's just so cool to see. That's how they actually ended up finding 10 of those eliminations and the playbook right there, right? There's so much stuff that they know that they can do in those moments to win that game.
Miro was so smart throughout that entire end game. You could see and you would hear MDF talk about it, how he's trying to take high ground but then backing off. He was really just kind of poking, learning from his opponents, seeing what they're doing and seeing how they react. And then once it finally came down to the 2v2, he runs back. And for a moment, I thought maybe he's going to go look for the heals. But no, you said it, Zeke, that pincer move that he did where he made sure that the angles were exactly perfect and able to get those shots off. What a brilliant play from Miro.
Just executing on all cylinders, right? Like, they are still aware we are global champions, and at every moment, anytime you see us, we will be performing at that level. Let's take a look at the standings. How are things kind of going with all these lobbies all happening at the same time? What's unfolding? Well, sitting at the top, we've got Baka and Pars with 207 points, but look, just not that far below. Peterbot, Poyo, Agers, Kanada, Yumi, Vert, just how this continues to change moment to moment. Guys, this is next level.
Looking extremely stacked for sure. Let's not forget, after this actually closes out today, and by the way, on the day, we're only about halfway through, so still have a lot of games left to play. Still fighting for those series point leaderboards, which will be in culmination with next weekend, the next qualifier as well. So if you're not doing too hot or if you're doing good, you still got to perform next weekend.
That's true, and obviously both weekends matter. It's the culmination of both points from there. But looking at some of the other top names that we have right here, we got Clicks and Epic Whale, who we got to see in the most recent game, in 14th place right now, so not doing too bad, as well as Virtual and Re in 11th place. But we got to talk about Peterbot and Poyo for just a quick second, that their current average placement right now is 5th. A lot of teams have already played 5, even 6 games, but they've only played 3, and they've gone top 6 every single time. But now focusing back on Clix and Epic Whale.
Yeah, listen, a couple of snipes coming out there, Zeke, right? We've been jumping to so many of these end games very, very quickly that, we're kind of skipping out on the early and the mid game. We haven't seen too many snipes throughout the day so far. That's going to be the first 2 that I think I've seen.
Yeah, Clix has been putting in a lot of practice, and he kind of gets in this mode where it's like, okay, I need to land a headshot snipe, and he kind of starts to psych himself up, and then eventually one happens just like that. Super well executed from them as well. It's just so cool, man. The dynamic we've got going on, game to game, moment to moment, duo to duo. So much has going on, and guess what? We still have so much left to see. We're jumping on in. We got to talk about Bugha and Aviv, currently in 37th place. And something I kind of just thought about that I kind of oriented myself with, like 37th sounds really bad, but you got to remember there's 500 players, right? These guys are in the top 50. So just kind of orient yourself in that way, right? We're kind of used to just seeing a lobby of 50 duos, but this is 250 duos we're looking at. For them to be in that top 50 is like a testament to their skill.
Yeah, they came out swinging there, right? They did get that victory out very, very quickly. So I wouldn't be surprised if they could pick up at least one more of those throughout the rest of the games.
Oh, yeah.
There is a little bit concern though, because besides that first game that they have been dropping down like kind of early, around 30th place as their last 2 games been. However, even in 30th place, they're able to get 13 eliminations. So it seems to be just kind of one play or another that's kind of throwing them for a loop, but the aggression and the play style is still there.
Yeah, I like that, and of course this aggressive playstyle, I mean, it seems to be working, right? Some duos just saying, look, we just got to gun it. We just got to go for it, go all in. And for some duos, it's working, right? But for the ones that aren't, like, what's happening? What's that wall that's just preventing them from kind of getting these eliminations, making these top 5s?
Well, I mean, it could just be a matter of, right, when you're playing aggressive in these types of lobbies, maybe you're getting used to kind of fighting some people who maybe aren't necessarily used to an FNCS lobby, some less experienced players, and then maybe they just kind of run into somebody who's like a Peterbot and a Pollo, and they're like, oh, yeah, maybe we shouldn't necessarily do that all the time.
Maybe we went a little too ham. Maybe just a little too ham.
I mean, we've even seen our top teams like Acorn and Cold struggle going down and having to be rebooted and then still going down after that. I think that what we said at the start of the show is that this is going to be very unpredictable. They don't know how those rotations are going to work out. They don't know how those zones are going to be facing and who they're going to be running into. Whereas before, they would kind of learn how their opponents that are near them play, and now they don't have that safety.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious as to, like, I hope in the future we can get like an interview with some of our players and just ask them, what did you think about these first 2 weeks, right? Did you learn anything from kind of this different playstyle than you're maybe used to playing? Because I feel like for me, it's kind of helping me see, like, when a duo that we know to be good is put in these situations where, like, you don't really have anything, or maybe you come around, you open a wall, and then suddenly there's 2 separate duos that normally wouldn't be there. How are they reacting? What are they doing to then say, okay, I have to reassess in one moment and then make the right call?
Yeah, 100%. And I feel like, you're mentioning reassessing kind of like in the moment as well. I feel like the kind of like mentality for some of our top teams is probably to play a little bit loose as it comes into these qualifiers, right? Because, they are so good at being top players that usually they are used to just creating strategies and making sure that they have a solid game plan for some of these set lobby things. But something like this, where we're kind of queuing into just all of these players at once, again, they got to play a little bit more loosely, right? They can't just play 100% to a game plan or a strategy because they have no idea who's going to be in the lobby. So I feel like playing a little bit more loosely, which is why we've seen a little bit more mechanical play so far, or some high elimination games out of some of our top duos.
For me, I'm excited to see these end games. Sorry, Zeke, I just want to talk more about the end games. I'm just that excited about it. But I'm hoping that we get to see like a 20 elimination game. That's definitely something that I kind of wasn't expecting to get close to. But then some of these teams have gone 16, 18 elims already. Can we get a 20 though?
Kelly, you know what I liked. It's eliminations. That's where we're right here, Kelly. We hope that you are here with us as well. Because guess what? We have 4 games. Pollo, Peterbot. Could they finally take us over that 20 elimination game? Let's find out.
But we'll just have to see, because Peterbot was treating those that last showcase as if he was in a creative match, the way he was building and flexing as a solo in the end game. But honestly, it just goes to show that this team has got what it takes to perform at the top of the top. You put them in a 250 of the best, doesn't matter. They're up there somewhere in the upper echelon. And look, 6 eliminations once again as we're tuned in here. So every game seems to be trending in their direction.
I mean, their lowest elim match today was in their first game with a 4th place finish, 8 elims. Everything after that, it's just been all top 10 finishes for starters from Pollo and Peterbot in the lobbies they participated in so far. And with 6 elims, again, already being accrued in this match, Monster, I can expect that Peterbot and Pollo, they're not just playing for elims either. I mean, this placement so far, especially for it not being set lobbies, to be this consistent, that's what you kind of expect and ask for from some of these veteran players. And Peterbot and Pollo, they're certainly delivering on more than just mechanics here.
Yeah, you can see the standings just a bit ago showing that they're up there with the likes of Re and Ritual, who have also just playing exceptionally well so far. But TK and Bacon have something to prove here. This is the second time now we've actually seen them in Peterbot's lobby too, so it just seems like they're on that same cadence, making end games, queuing up right around the same time. So where there is a lot of volatility and a lot of randomness to occur, I mean, at the end of the day, if you're playing as great as you can be, you're going to kind of have still somewhat of a system, right? A formula, if you will, that you can expect. TK, however, though, about the worst that we've seen him so far alongside Bacon. Both teams hurt here. This is Sticks in 4-11 right now, trying to push right now. Bacon not getting a chance to breathe at all as Sticks tries to grab the wall there. Almost caught him up, but just wasn't quick enough.
TK and Bacon doing a great job at basically just preventing Sticks from looking to capitalize on that initial shield crack. And now it's going to be TK, the sneaky little slide around. Meta hoping to stay standing just a couple moments longer, but no, TK with the elimination finish there. So now it's going to be TK just continuing to move closer to this bridge, but seems like they drew some unwanted attention here, as now TK doing his best to try and tarp up, just kind of get an idea of where some of this pressure is being applied from. As you can tell, a lot of builds west of him.
You can see, though, they were kind of out at their teams recognizing, hey, wait a second, that's not completely safe. The shot's not to come in. Meanwhile, Team Moose, Hoop here on the pressure. Team below them, though, in the tarp. I wonder, did they know Champo was there with Decay? They're at 3 elims now as they pull this team on down into their territory, and already clean set of elims there. Okay, so the full refresh is in. The verdict has been cast. Coop doesn't want anything to do with this team. He's like, all right, you guys got it.
At the same time, though, Decay and Champa don't seem all that interested in trying to actually go for a full punish on that solo instead. Decay recognizing a little bit too much pressure being applied from Yumi and Vert. So instead, Decay have to fall back for the time being, but Yumi, Vert just continue to try and break some of these other team builds around them. Rapix gonna fall right through the floor at it, and just like that, Vert, Yumi, they add another one to their elimination count.
Oh,
but Yumi
no.
Immediately blown up for it from above. And that's part of the problem of playing on low ground. If you don't have that edit above you quick enough, I mean, it's just like open season for the high ground teams.
Yeah, the sad part, he was trying to recycle that crash pad Junior there, but just a bad call, bad play there. Should have kept somewhat of a ramp overhead, but he did not put it down in time and gets punished for it. Peterbot, Pollo, team that we tuned in with to start. The train, though, is coming through to put it there. But its influence here onto the lobby. Luckily, there is, of course, the builds holding on the edge there, but just pure destruction, you know, just Fortnite things happening on the low ground.
It might have worked out in Peterbot and Pollo's favor, though. Just having some of those builds broken up, disorienting some of the teams that are on that mid-ground section. And now Peterbot, grapple blade forward, just continuing to build up, maintain height. He's got the metal cones placed in the great positions. Vorks and other players that are trying to see where they can jump around, grapple blade around, but again, this high ground terrorizing that's taken place from Pollo and Peterbot, it is just causing so much restriction for teams that are in this secondary high, mid-ground, even the low-ground layers. And again, that's just what you would expect from an experienced team playing the high ground. They're just not going to give any sort of leeway to everyone else scurrying underneath. Beautiful shot, though, from Vert, getting that immediate elimination onto Blink, but doesn't get an opportunity to look for any sort of material refresh. Kind of tell that Blink just didn't have much to work with.
Not to mention he's by himself with a snipe from above from Pollo. Doesn't drop the moment to take advantage there and find himself an elim there. Vert almost had a big opportunity there to break towards the placement points. Meanwhile, TK falls to the zone as well. So Veteran starting to get eliminated here, taking off the lobby. This is going to give Peterbot and Pollo a lot of runway to work with here. So for everyone else, it's about putting up your chance, getting in and trying to make this this an opportunity for yourself. Chimp and Sires in another round here as well. So far, so good. Another end game for Chimp. 4 elims as well. The zone's going to do its damage, though. It does seem like Chimp gets caught on the edge of the zone there by Poppin, so pretty bad spot to find himself in. All in all, though, 20 players condensed on this final zone here. Very, very tough spot to play off of.
Just look at Sires, though. Huge.
Wow.
Back-to-back pump action. Now that's going to be just enough of a refresh to keep Sires tarping forward. Down to only 2 builds yet again, though, but still just a massive clutch finding that double elimination. Just doesn't seem like that duo had any idea he was pulling up right behind them, but one duo that's been on top of the lobby the entirety of this match so far and just continuing their reign of terror. It's Peterbot with another easy elimination there onto Poppin. Pollo following suit. 10 for Peterbot, 7 for Pollo. We were asking for 20 and they might just deliver.
I mean, we talked about this. Peterbot just does not respect the lobby. He saw that there were 20 players alive. Most people would wait. He comes down. He gives up his strong positioning to get into the mix here. He was getting bored up there with nothing to do. And down he comes, and it might just cost him, but no. They still close out strong. Pollo finishes out the deed on the back edge of the zone there, and they find themselves an 18 elimination win. This feels like they're on something of a back-to-back explosive runs here.
And what's even more insane is they were in second place on the leaderboard heading into this match without a victory royale because of their strong placements and eliminations. So now, when you get 18 elims, and the VR, you can only expect that to mean good things. But that's what we'll have the dust to basically be able to dictate for us later on, is how strong exactly Peterbot and Pollo have just elevated their possible positioning on that leaderboard.
And there it is. You can see Pollo here playing the high ground here. He's got eyes on the entire field, but there was a player trying to heal off. It just wasn't going to be enough. And for Peterbot and Pollo, they finally take another win there. That's going to put them up on the standing. So we got to hear from Zeke after that one.
Bro, we were so close.
2 eliminations.
Just 2 eliminations. I mean, listen, 18 elimination victory royale. Hats off. I mean, seriously, but I want to see the 20. That's all I want to see. I wish we were so close. You know what? Still, Vivid, of course, we had to congratulate them. Peterbot, Pollo, just a huge game here on the day.
Yeah, I feel like this will probably be like my 7th or like 8th time talking about how good Peterbot and Pollo are already today. But you know what? Heck, let's just do it again. Peterbot and Pollo, they're up on the higher ground and yet another game. And somehow they go into these end games with so many eliminations already, right? So that's kind of helping them in that regard and getting so many eliminations when these games actually close out. But we just saw the same thing again, right? We keep seeing some of these top teams do this where one of the players on the duo kind of stays up on the high ground, applies some of the pressure, and another one drops down, plays box to box. And I mean, if you got Peterbot on your box, taking some pieces, I mean, it's just not going to go well for you.
And he has the heal set up. He's got some flow berries as well as the fizz. Poyo's kind of doing his own thing as well. They're constantly dropping from like ultimate height to like even the mid ground and then just taking the height again because who's going to even try and contest them. Ending it off with 18 eliminations and that Victory Royale. Before this game, they had an average placement of 5th. So I can't even imagine now, I can't do the math, I'm not that smart, what they're gonna be. And of course, in first place with a 60-point lead, Vivid. Oh my God.
Yeah, Zeke, they have 49 elims right now. That's almost 50 already.
Yeah, but look down, third place, right? Acorn Cold, 44. Booga and Aviv, 43. Remember, we saw Booga and Aviv in 37th. It's just a game ago. And now how things change. Those eliminations, man, these games are wild. But I'm getting word we are basically ready to jump back into the next game. And we're going to hop in with that duo in second place. It's Ritual. Could they get themselves a 20 elimination victory royale? MDF Taco, over to you.
Well, we are going to have to see if it's possible, Zeke. Can we see the big 20 elims pull through on broadcast? I mean, if there's a team that could do it, it's probably Re and Ritual have been leading the pack here, playing like the wolves that they are on the hunt at all times in a pack, in unison. 7 elims already, and we're only in the 4th zone in this lobby. This is about the earliest we've tuned in so far. And it does seem like Re and Ritual have a lot at stake here. A lot that they want to say to this lobby right now.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to make that count. 9 eliminations. And right now, they've definitely got Patek on the run. Reet just doing everything he can to chase this man down through his build. Sales not in much better position. And it's this series of angled attacks. Just so well coordinated by Reet and Ritual. But Ritual, he's got to be careful here. Doesn't want to find himself getting knocked in the process. That's going to be Reet dropping the medallion for his teammate to take full advantage of, but it's also buying time here for Patek and Ritual. Patek able to get some heals going for himself, and Ritual obviously focused on trying to get some of that white heals and shield regen also. But a fall back here from Re and Ritual. They're just going to go full high ground. But the main thing I want to see from Re and Ritual, 20 elimination games are fun, MDF. But I want to see a team on NA find 3 Victory Royales like what we saw over in Europe from both Vico and Pink and Seti and Cammy. They were the only 2 teams in EU to get 3 Victory Royales on the day. And Re and Ritual not far behind. They've already got 2.
Well, that is true, and there's some space, right? There's a lot of room for them to work towards that Victory Royale threshold. I would say that it's definitely important that you secure enough wins too, right? Just in these weeks leading up, it's about the confidence boost. It's about having material to go ahead and review, right? You can key all you want. Yeah, you're gonna get some points and play for end games, but how do you review those games and try to take true takeaways, right? Sometimes the best learnings come from trying to take it easy inside these types of competitive lobbies. But all in all, we get to jump in with the Aoxian Flow, another team that has been very much present throughout the years here in the competitive space. It's pretty decent for them right now. They're off to I'd say a pretty chill start.
Yeah, I think the only thing Flow would probably want a little bit more of is maybe some metal, but at the same time, being practically 5-5 on your wooden brick is definitely a nice spot to be sitting in. And speaking of spots that we're sitting in, Enpen, Mason, they're kind of just here on the edge of the zone right now, over by Reckless Railways. And it's a solid spot for them to kind of get a good idea of where some of these other teams might be trying to rotate, even just like path around them, see if they can maybe get some shots going for some decent surge tags. But it does feel like a slight lull in the action compared to what we've been watching from the past 2 lobbies, MDF. I feel as though some of these teams maybe hitting their 3rd, 4th matches of the day, they were just like, hey, we really need to be like all gas, no brakes right now because our first couple matches didn't go the way we wanted. But now as we're kind of nearing the end point of some of these lobbies on the day, it does seem as though teams are maybe trying to get those last bit of placements that they might not have necessarily been able to find earlier on.
Yeah, we've seen a couple games we jump in and you know, we're below 50 players around this area. This is 62 players alive here, moving into you know, the half in, half out here at Zone 6. So this is definitely a game that is seemed to have paced its way through. And Ritual, however's eliminations tell a much different story, as they've got the bulk of the eliminations already accrued in this lobby. About 20-25% of total elims are in their pockets, if you will. Points really being gobbled up there. But on the other side, NPen Mason having a tough time. They get pushed in and dropped, sent back to the lobby. Who was that? That was Fenty and Voyager there, who decided to make the decision to take the fight there, and it pays off pretty well. Big dividends for them there. They needed the elims. You can see they were below the surge, not anymore. But where's the ammo? Where's the rewards? Fenty needs to find that. Pick it up quickly. There it is.
And the medallion. That was
that's
the other aspect. That could possibly be 2 medallions now for Voyager and Fenty. Only mentioning the second because of Fenty having that mythic Nemesis AR, but right now it's all about Clix. He's got that Reaper in tow, and Clix is doing what he does best at times, just the nastiest Reaper sniper shots you could imagine.
Just clean with it. Very nicely done. 290, by the way. Don't forget that. Doesn't matter if it has a scope or not. It hits. It's going to hit every single time if you get that headshot. Let's take a look at Reed and Ritual, though. Putting the gas back, the pedal back to the metal here for a second there. Trying to decide if whether or not they're going to take out high ground here. Instead, hitting a bit of a reset. Reed has to be careful, though. He did leave that build completely open here. Might be a point of vulnerability.
But just look at this problem to have, though. There's just so much good loot, and it's all stemming off the back of this immediate rundown by Reed and Ritual onto Josh and Clover. Just did not give this duo any sort of opportunity to recover. That immediate collapse, netting them some awesome materials and resources. I mean, they have to basically decide, do we want like 3 or 4 shield potions or just to carry this 4-berry fizz? And I think a lot of times more is definitely better in these kinds of lobbies.
98 above the threshold now, though. Rise and Iamzo here looking to cook. Got some feet inside there onto Caesars. Demo be cool. He's trying to hold the match there for his teammate there. Caesar and Demo, man.
Not the toes, man.
Bit of a rough time, yeah. Feet a little sore there. He's gonna need a seat for a second. Zone 7 about to come to a close, and there's still players out on the outer zone. Meanwhile, things are cooking up on the other side here. Clix and Epic Whale will make a very comfortable positioning here. Clix, sniper in hand. We know what's gonna happen this time. The scopes are out, and another 290 and a full-on key to take the positioning there. Take advantage of what's going on, man. Clix is just that guy.
Yeah, he seems like he's really found a nice rhythm with that Reaper sniper this match. And again, Clix, Epic, they definitely love Lavish Lair. See Clix almost every single game. I'm pretty confident that he's gone for Oscar's Frenzy Auto. Seems to really love this shotgun. And honestly, in total, MDF, I do think that the Frenzy Auto can go a little bit crazy, maybe a little bit crazier as far as like a set lobby is concerned, like in Grands, in comparison to this more like open layout style where, again, nothing is set, so you're kind of just mix and matching who you're going up against and how effectively you can kind of angle your aggression. But as long as Clix and Epic are able to run things at Lavish Lair, I'm sure that they're more than happy to take any sort of contest at that POI.
I mean, listen, Cooper's duo's name says it all. Auto only. LOL. All right, he's in, he's invested, he's feeling it, man. And he's shown us, everyone's really shown us the power, especially when you have the accuracy. But take a look here. This is Me Too and Shanye getting busy right now. Already at 4 eliminations. It's actually pretty pretty good as far as their situation is concerned. Decent material count, nice little angle here to pick and choose on some battles. But all in all, things are going to slow down right now. This team's just trying to wait for the next zone to reveal itself. Ritual and Reet, however, has not stopped pushing through. They have nothing to lose. They're already at the top. They have more than enough points accrued this weekend to likely take them through to week 3. We'll see how it pans out, but with a performance like this, you know, it's gonna give them a lot of room to work with, right? Pressure's off.
It's especially the materials that I'm keeping note of there for Reet and Ritual. And when you are so far along in terms of eliminations acquired, Ritual and Reet, they don't even have to keep challenging in these boxes if they don't want to. They can focus entirely on positioning, but they're definitely going to have to keep an eye out here because it's Yamzo and it's Rise on the high ground. Clicks and Epic will try to say hello, but it's just going to be a quick little drive-by and a quick little reset there for Clicks and Epic as they're now across the way from where Yamzo and Rise were just at, and you can see the rest of the lobby. Clicks trying to break out some of those older builds, and now it's actually Clicks and Epic with a successful challenge for the high ground because they seem to be fully in control here.
Yeah, it definitely works out. They slide across, they put some shots down, the team left in a scramble, and they're like, dude, what just happened? 2 teams try to push us, give up the positioning, and that's how it all ends up trading out. Down low, though, the story of Ritual and Reet continue. 10 elims here, keeping up the pace. This average elimination, you know, consistency and placement that they've managed to put together has clearly put them up at the top of the standings for a reason. And we're just seeing the start, man. We've really seen this new, you know, Reet start to evolve here. And this could be his time. This could be a season right now. He's continued to grow and develop as a player. Meanwhile, we look away for a second and Ritual finds an elimination there.
Sometimes you gotta break apart to come back even stronger together, and that's definitely looking like the case here for Reet and Ritual as they continue trying to break through some of these pre-existing secondary height builds. Don't know if Ritual and Reet feel all that comfortable trying to go for the immediate attack onto the high ground up against Clicks and Epic, maybe waiting for them to expend a little bit more of their builds. Reet and Ritual, they seem very confident right now, tarping through these mid to low ground layers. Yamzo and Rise split momentarily, but still sticking close enough that Yamzo can look for a follow-up with Rise if need be.
I respect it. Ritual Reet here. Also continuing the aggression, continuing the hustle here. Another final zone starting to close in with just about 20 players alive right now. So last time we were in this position, high ground came down. That was Peterbot and Pollo deciding to go for a massive elimination chain. This time around, it's Reet and Ritual seemingly are dominating the low ground. This time it's Yamzo, though, who's up for serving. Ritual takes quick care of him. Ritual really cooking right now, allowing Reet to kind of lead them through this end game here. Reet taking the IGL position here. Now turning to the high ground. Ritual looks for Epic Whale. Doesn't quite find it, though. It's Clicks and Epic who get the better of the exchange there.
But it's Clicks who's running incredibly low on builds now, knows that he's just got to be as adamant with the pressure as possible. Same circumstances for Epic, but it's Ritual. They're looking to finally make their attack upwards. Clicks and Epic are going to be the first to actually drop from that high position. Clicks now forced into that secondary height layer, and Reet just completely tearing through Epic. Lone man standing there after getting split from Clicks on that attack. Clicks did have a chance to try and regenerate some of those shields. Has that Fizzberry, but
he sees the knock.
Bullberry Fizz is crazy.
Epic gets the knock, so he does make the call out there. Clicks starts to make the play there, but Reet with the wall block is going to give him the time to go in and pop the heal here. Did Clicks have enough time to set up and possibly start healing? Does not look like it. He goes down. It's going to be Arsenic versus Reet here on the heal off. And so far, Arsenic definitely has the lead, as he's still got a little bit of the flow to work with here and some material potentially to work with on the low ground unless Reet can find something. But all in all, it's going to come down to the wire. Wait a second, Arsenic doesn't go for the heal. Instead, he tries to find new heals, and Reet ends up winning. just like that, he had the edge.
It just didn't seem like Arsenic knew where exactly he was sticking around at, but I do respect the attempt there. Kind of recognize the fact, hey, I'm completely out. That was my last med kit, so now just a dead-ditch effort, try and make it somewhere new. Just did not work out in his favor there up against Reet.
You see, though, in the end, though, still a fantastic game for Reet and Ritual, who pick up 15 eliminations. I don't believe they're going to get rewarded for the last one. No tags there at the end, but a victory out nonetheless to continue to solidify the lead here. Zeke, talk to me about the significance of this run.
MDF, as we've seen from the last of the standings, a big game like that, a double elimination game and a victory royale will absolutely catapult you and your duo up the leaderboard. Man, 15 eliminations out of 3. What in the world am I watching?
Well, you are watching Re and Witcherol. Yeah, I added a W to his name because this duo
Renegade
is such a W. They are the first duo on NA today to get 3 victory royales. And it's so funny because I was like, look, you know, them and Booga, they only have 2 victory royales. They're the only duos that do. And then they just go ahead and win this game, and now they're on 3 all of a sudden. But they did it in such dominant fashion, Kelly.
I never doubted them, not for a second. I've always been a big fan of Reet and joined by Ritual, who absolutely W keys. It's really funny actually to see the evolution of these players. Reet, who used to be the W key king, but was too aggressive to a fault, so that we would not really see him in too many victory royale situations. But over the years, he's evolved as a player, and we got to see it earlier on around Zone 5, where they were in this engagement and looked like they had the upper hand, but it kind of started to fall back for them, so they themselves took them out of the fight, regrouped, and then were able to grab the victory royale. And I feel like if this was 2 years ago, Reet would have just kept going in and been eliminated off of that fight. To see him move forward and now be in first place with 3 victory royales and 251 placement points, I'm just proud to see it.
3 VRs is absolutely insane. I mean, just again, to echo what Kelly's saying, these guys are crazy. The evolution is there. Now, of course, this being a more aggressive format, Vivid, I'm almost wondering, like, hey, is this exactly where Reet wants to be? Or, you know, once we kind of switch back over to normal, will we kind of continue to see this performance out of the duo?
Yeah, that's going to be the big question. Reet and Ritual looking pretty comfortable right now. I saw another duo that was looking pretty comfortable throughout the game. It's going to be Clicks and Epic. Well, gosh, you know, I'm an avid, you know, Clicks watcher. You know, I'll tune in pretty often, and you know, he'll be playing ranked, whatever, and his snipes have been so good throughout this season. But this game alone, he was hitting some crazy shots. Just incredible to see him carry that skill over from like ranked and like scrims into an actual FNCS lobby, which is why they had 3 eliminations coming into this end game. And as you can see here, they kind of led that so that way they could have height. But the mats, they just weren't there. Even the refresh, right? They made the right play. They went for the refresh. But ultimately, I mean, when you got Ritual and Reet, you know, getting 10+ eliminations, constantly getting refreshes, it's hard to compete with that.
Yeah, Clicks and Epic Will held that high ground for a lot of zones, but unfortunately just got sneaked out by Ritual and Reet, and even able to take down Ritual. So it came down to 1v1, but we saw how that ended up.
We did. Now I want to see how this next game ends, because we have another big one for you guys, jumping on board with Booga and Aviv.
The legend himself is here, Booga and Aviv. This time in just a great position here on the edge of the zone right now. The last time we saw them, they were deep in the storm, trying a strategy that didn't seem to work out for them. So now taking their learnings and saying, all right, let's get in position sooner. It's looking good for them right now.
But again, Booga and Aviv, we just talked about the fact that Reet and Ritual are going to be NA's first team to collect 3 victory royales, matching that of what we saw from Europe today. But on that pacing, maybe it'll be Booga and Aviv that can also be the second team from NA to collect 3 victory royales here in this 4th round. but it's definitely not going to be an easy lobby to do that in, especially when you see the likes of Cold and Acorn lurking nearby with 11 elims already in tow. That is just insanity coming out of Cold and Acorn. These guys love their double-digit elimination games, and it's almost like Cold will kind of just test the waters, and he's kind of just gauging, okay, how much can I actually keep in a lobby? And when the man is already rocking 8 elims, still feeling confident enough to go for a 9th, just completely tagging Virgo, finishing off what Acorn had started, not even letting that man grapple blade forward. It's just impressive tracking on Cold's end, and again, just an absurd amount of eliminations this early on.
Look at Dukes and Threats here, though. I wonder, where are they in the standings all in all? Taco, you should give us a quick search here. I know we wanted to highlight them, wanted to put them under the spotlight as a team to look out for in this type of lobby. We would think they perform pretty well. Duke, again, no stranger to taking fights, and honestly coming out on the better side of it. Does seem to favor his playstyle, but Jumbo and Asian Jeff and Oliver OG also finding their strides of success here. Looking pretty dominant right now at 4 eliminations, but the loot tells a different story. No sniper ammo, grapple blade running low on charges, and the material count also starting to dwindle here. So seems like a few fights probably dragged out here towards the mid game, and they can't find a refresh. It's gonna be a tough end game, but back to Cold and Acorn, Taco.
Yeah, it just seems like these guys are like Captain Refresh at this point. Cold just looking to see if he can make that elimination count go up any higher, and well, if these duos surrounding them aren't careful, they might find themselves as a Cold and Acorn's next victims. Well, while we have Cold kind of sitting nearby, just to touch base on that Dukes and Threats, they were in 29th, so still in top 30, all things considered. Been seeing them have a pretty strong run through the open qualifiers so far, so this 4th round maybe catch them up a little bit, but they're not the only ones that have been trying to play catch up on the day. Yumi and Vert saw them with the 2nd place finish earlier on, but you know that they want that Victor Royale. Really clean knock there from Yumi as well, just an excellent punish. And that's the dangers of also trying to take those over peaks. You stick your head out a little bit too long, someone's bound to take advantage of it.
Right off the edge they go into the new zone here, so the refresh picked up, puts them in a position here, but they're not the most comfortable. Teams nearby, this would be a great fight for them to finish up if they can close in on it. Shots coming from up above, they're tagging from down low. Here comes the counter push. All in all, though, still in control of this entire situation here. 19 below the surge, though, now, so you can see why they're trying to force the issue right now. Options in front of him. TK here to the side. Haji and Flexi off to the left. No easy decisions, no easy pickups. These are both experienced players.
It's almost like you don't want to get too desperate, because if you start to panic breakthrough builds, other teams can tell. They can notice when a team is being way too aggressive with trying to break through some of their builds. You just know, okay, those guys are definitely below the damage threshold. We just need to sit tight. And Yumi, shield crack can definitely be heard by anybody that's close by. You can kind of tell with Chicken-Itza sort of just like looking around, looking upwards. Again, hearing these shields get broken by that surge damage. Still 32 below here, and now Yumi, Vert, with only 1 small shield potion having been forcibly expended here. The shield potion itself is going to be utilized as well, but just so much sustain being lost right now for Yumi and Vert in order just to try and stay alive, and that number is only increasing as far as that damage threshold is concerned. They are still well below where they need to be, having jumped from just double digits to now triples, 236 below. And the fact they're still trying to grapple blade forward, still trying to find positioning, but Vert just getting pieced up down below, went 1 layer too far. But Yumi will manage to back him up in time for some revenge here. But Yumi, he's just barely holding on at this point, NBF.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. Had he not gotten tagged there and he still had the shields, he would have actually been in a pretty okay situation to bounce back. I do respect the awareness to, you know, realize, hey, look, there's only 3 players, right? We're just, you know, a duo of 3 players, though, that just have to fall. They try to go and, you know, heal their way through it. And to some degree, it works out. But you could see in the end, though, it was the one fight that didn't go their way. On the other side, though, Cold left by himself once again here. Doesn't seem to be a trend. And also still leading with eliminations. Also just trending the way we've kind of seen him play today in general. So Cold really has found his mark today, man. All in all, he's been playing very, very well, consistent on the day, and Acorn's got to be happy that he's got himself a solid duo in Cold right now, but more importantly, a Cold that's fired up. Just look at him go right here. Jay Baya is going to go down. Another elimination falls to the hands of Cold here. He picks up the match this time, not leaving those behind, and he gets rewarded. That's going to be a lot of shield here. Meanwhile, Bacon and TK also getting active.
But Bacon immediately turns the wrong corner, gets taken out just like that. Now it's going to be TK left to try and solo clutch, breaks down the ramp for a moment, and just in the nick of time, we'll find Nike doesn't get a chance to pick it up though. No, he's going to be just outside. That storm zone damage.
Oh my gosh.
So problematic. This is a masterclass by Cold as far as how to collect eliminations is concerned.
It's just too easy. Too easy for him right now. This lobby, not up to snuff for Cold by any means. You got Duke and Threats on high ground. You have Booga on the backside of his zone, but Cold's like, listen, I don't care about none of that. He still walks out of there with 13 eliminations before finally falling here. Meanwhile, Viva and Booga, one of the few duos still in the running right now. A lot of solos in the mix here. Duke and Threat start to work their way down, inching his way across here. Duke is out of material now. Does have to be careful, still under the effects of the flow barrier there. You can see him bouncing around. Aviv and Booga start to turn their focus up top, box the player up. Don't even go for the edit, though. They let the zone cook him for a second before getting the finish, it seems like. And this is a tough spot to be in for Aviv. He wants to fight, but he doesn't want to over push it because he does have all these medkits. He knows that a second place at least is available here. Finally now, Duke and Threat start to come down here. Win condition not available. They go for the fight. Booga gets traded out, and it will be a one-on-one. Aviv waiting here, trying to heal up. Threats is going to fall. Mind you, there is no Siphon. It will come down to the final push. Aviv does have more medkits. However, Duke knows what wall he's in, and he goes right in for it. One tag, but no, it's Aviv who gets it in the end there.
And what a finish as well. The fact that it comes down to Booga and Aviv. Booga essentially going up against 2 players that he's teamed with in the past. But I mean, at the same time, Aviv just doing a great job at staying inside that cone. Knew that he was safe from the likes of Dukes and Threats, but a solid attempt nonetheless from Dukes and Threats on that one.
I just want to say also the game sense, right? To keep cool for Aviv, like just knowing like, dude, you got to shoot this you know, wall like 12 times before it's gonna break. Like, look, he just waits it out. Like he knows how long, how sturdy it is, and the damage it's gonna take to get through it. So Aviv and Booga wrap that one up, and that's gonna jump them right back into the conversation, Zeke.
You know, Monster, at this point, I gotta ask myself, did they ever leave the conversation, right? I mean, obviously, we had eyes on Booga, we had eyes on Aviv, and what I love about this moment is that Booga goes down, right? It's all on the shoulders of Aviv. And what better way to say, Booga, you made the right choice in duoing with me than closing out that game and getting themselves the victory royale. Aviv, I like it. You put a period on it, that's what I'm here to see.
I love that from Aviv. You know, this got to a point where, yeah, Booga and Aviv were both alive. They could have went into a 2v2 situation, picked up another elimination. But if you look at Aviv's HP throughout this endgame, you can see that he's near 100, right? And the heal off is about to come through. And instead of taking any crazy edits, he protects himself, makes sure that he doesn't take any damage. So that way he can actually play for that heal off. So I love to see that restraint out of Aviv. Played it so well, got the medkits off, just had to hit the shot in the end, and he did just that.
Yeah, I mean, Duke and Threats did a great job, but to go up against Aviv in that situation where he had 4 med kits, and I think that they knew that he had the heal off potential, so they go in for the elimination. But then you have the mythic hyper SMG on the other side of that cone, and there's no situation where you're gonna win that.
Fantastic stuff. I'm enjoying this so much. I'm just trying to take in everything that I've seen so far. Still have a handful of games left to go if you're just tuning in. What's going on? This is the FNCS, this is NA. We've got a ton of different lobbies all happening at the same time, and we're just jumping into the action. We're just seeing what's going on and trying to make any kind of sense of it. So far, though, we've seen a handful of eliminations out of this game, some really big highlight moments. Has anything stood out to you guys out of this next game?
Yeah, hey, listen, we got to see Duke and Threats in that same exact game as well. Saw them on the higher ground for a little bit throughout that as well. Gosh, some of these lobbies just end up being so stacked, and wow, Duke just ends up in the same box as Oliver OG there and gets the jump. So kind of lucky when it comes to getting that refresh right there, and they just carried that throughout. You could see them just switching so many playstyles. They were on the low ground, all of a sudden they're up on the higher ground, but look at the mats, not enough to play that one out. So they had to jump down and take those fights that we already saw happen.
I love to say that half of esports is a story, and what a story we got to see between Threats, Duke, and Booga. And we heard Taco talk about it, having his 2 old duo mates join together, or old teammates, and then going up against his new teammate in Aviv. And I love these kind of, I don't want to say a rivalry, but it's just interesting. Fortnite's one of the only games where you kind of see this amount of like partner switching and the effects that it has on the scene.
I think rivalry is a fair word. I think that's a fair word.
You think Duke and Threats just were going up against Booga right there, and Booga was like, yeah, take that, guys, or like something like that.
Yes. Yes, I do. In fact, that is exact. I was listening into their comms, and that was word for what they said. Yeah.
Oh.
So, yeah, I would say this. I'm not trying to start. I'm just kidding, everybody. I'm just going to make jokes. We take a look at the standings here. Ritual and Reet, though, currently sitting still in that #1 spot. And for Aviv and Booga, remember, there was that one moment where they were down in that 37th place. Since then, though, they have not dropped out of the top 10. They've been holding strong. They are definitely trying to let everyone else know, hey, listen, if you guys are trying to make a run for grand finals, we will absolutely be a door you have to walk through, and good luck. But in 3rd place as well, Peter, Ba, and Poyo. Man, there's just so many names, and I love the kind of dynamic of jumping into a game being like, oh, yeah, well, we saw those guys. And a couple games ago, they were up against these guys. Well, this time, they're up against these guys, and the situation is this. Like, it's just such a dynamic flow.
Yeah, I think the coolest thing there is that we've already mentioned 2 teams finding themselves on 3 victory royales, but the difference in how they have so many points, right? Ritual and Reet being way more consistent, way more placement points, but then Booga and Aviv having way more eliminations. That dynamic, that kind of battle for who's going to end up with the most victory royales in the day. It'll be cool to watch that play out.
Absolutely. Hey, you heard the bus. It's time to get back into the action. We've got Cooper and Miro standing by, as well as our casters, MDF and Taco.
Let's get right back into the action here, and there's no better world to be in than Cooper's. The mindset of the young champion coming right out of the globals. They've been off to a very hot start, picking up where they left off, and lovely to see them continuing to, work hand in hand here, see what they can do here for this first major of the FNCS. Already on the move here, must have heard the reboot van go up. Oh, Aaron, no, look, playing for the cachet though. Instead, what do you think, Taco?
I think Cooper and Miro are the last 2 people I would want to see challenging me for a cash claim. And it does look as though they've managed to successfully scare off the other duo that was contemplating going for this cash. That's a big swing of confidence if you're Cooper and Miro. I mean, it's not something I would expect those 2 to ever lack, but something that is lacking right now for Chimp is having his teammate in general. Sire's gonna get picked off here, and Chimp forced to try and reposition himself. Could potentially be trying to make a play for the reboot card. I mean, it's definitely still early on enough that Chimp could certainly look for a gap here. But it all depends. I mean, fortunately for us, we're gonna get a second chance to look back at what went wrong there. for Chimp and Cyrus as well as what went so right here for Psycho and Parks. And
there it is.
It's just that simple, really. Nasty shots at the sniper. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a body tag too, right? 116 puts him down, so he was already very, very hurt, possibly engaged on right before that. So, yeah, Chimp having a bit of a tough time in the mid games. We've seen him round after round, more or less not looking strong as he's been approaching these end games, and that's why we haven't seen him quite pull with the big victory royale. But he's had a fair amount of end games. This time it's going to be the first one for him to run it solo for Victor and Blizzard. Seen a fair amount of battles come out of them as well. It's managed to keep them in the conversation here. And this is the beauty of this type of format. Really get to see and focus in on tons of new players that you might be familiar with, that you might have seen in the past, like Golden, like Ozone. Again, no strangers to FNCS by any means, but for the first time, it's almost like you get to put a big spotlight to see what these teams are capable of. Right now, it's pretty good for Ozone and Golden. Like to see it at 3 eliminations here.
But see, at times, there could also be drawback, at least for some players in this style of format. Chimp, I'll touch more on it in a moment. Want to see if he can manage to evade Lugabolts just a little bit longer, but no, that's going to cut Chimp's lobby run short here. Lugabolts managing to find that collapse with Master Nappy there, and kind of to elaborate on what I was trying to say there, MDF, it's that with this format, if you are making it into the end games consistently, the big thing is to get end games with good placement. Because if you're just constantly tagging into these end games, but you're just fluctuating somewhere between 15th through 30th, you're really not collecting some of those placement points, and it might force you to be a little bit more dependent then on elimination counts. And I think that even for some of our experienced teams and players here, could potentially be struggling with the likes of just finding that consistency and placing because of the fact it's not set lobbies.
Yeah, definitely. It becomes a difficult task to make it past the mid games when there's so much variation going round to round. Never really know who's on your path, who's at your draw spot, who's neighboring nearby, possibly forced out sooner than you would have expected, right? Those are the inconsistencies that are going to come game after game, and more importantly, the challenges that you're going to face as a player. Day and Redux taking their time here, but this spot they're putting themselves in is going to be a world of trouble. It's below Miro and Cooper, so should they decide they want to get Fritzy, because they can, might be the first team that they get jumped on there. Meanwhile, on high ground, another Boots here. It's Zooks at 16th place so far, so looking pretty good for Usain Boats and Zooks here. We like it. 211 points. Very much in the conversation, very much in the game right now. A big round here, put him in the top 10, Sako.
And top 10 is definitely a pretty favorable spot to be as far as just making sure that other teams will take notice of who you are. Because again, with 250 duos, having Qual to be in this contention for our first week of competition, MDF, that's no easy feat by any means. But more importantly, again, for these players that are really just trying to cement themselves as like true competitive contenders, you've got like the T1s and the T2s. I think a good amount of our T1 pros would definitely kind of be giving, a little bit of a side eye to some of these newcomers. And that's really where it comes down to. You might not have the same level of experience, but a lot of these players got here just from trusting their own instincts and just taking some gutsier calls that just happen to pan out for them, because not everybody expects you to just go for a heavy risk versus reward play.
Well, we'll see how it plays out here. It's all risk versus reward here, but right now we've tuned in just early enough that we can see teams taking it nice and easy, holding down the fort, holding down the positions here, waiting for the time to pass by. Look at the map there. It's just showing everyone on the move here. So this is a much lighter lobby as well, as this lobby's been keyed down pretty aggressively, it seems. But look at even Skay and Walta here don't want to make a move just yet. They see there's a team next to it.
Same can't be said though. Day, Redux, under just a little bit too much pressure here, and Redux gonna do what he can. It's gonna be Dorito, actually, with his duo Belmar, looking to try and chase down Redux. Redux not even gonna get an opportunity to utilize that med kit the way he would have liked, hoping to find that Max Hammer pump fire shot, but don't know if he's gonna be able to collect it just yet. Just Belmar with so much of a health advantage, just looking to try and chase down Redux entirely. And that's just so unfortunate there. Redux will finally find an opportunity to utilize that med kit, but it won't mean much, Monster, if he's gonna have to try and play out the rest of this lobby as a solo. Don't think he's gonna be able to even find enough time to try and get Day with his reboot card to even look for that sort of duo comeback opportunity. And again, this might be one of those instances too, when you think about the lobby count as well and all the different rounds that are taking place here, MDF. Redux as a solo, he could potentially look to just maybe go next, see if he can catch a final lobby that might be taking place.
Yeah, you know, and it just makes you wonder, right? What went wrong? I called it. I'm like, yo, parking underneath Cooper Muriel is, little do you know, a little bit dangerous. Even if they just decide to turn and you know, laser the boxes, right? They were just out there positioned so openly. They broke the tree. That was the one little bit of cover that could have, you know, gave them some privacy down in that little, you know, crevice by the mountain. But here we are, back with Cooper, back with Mr. Auto only, trying to see what kind of action they can get themselves involved in. Right on the edge zone here, playing it on the low side. Not necessarily the most favorable spot to be in, as this is a very steep mountain to the north there. But all in all, they're still in the top 50, very comfortably on the leaderboard here. So while they may not be playing as insanely or as consistently as we've seen from the Rituals, Acorn, and Colds, but they're in the combo. They're in the game right here. One win can change everything for them. Here's Goggins and Shaner now on a little bit more of that similar situation here, right in the center of the conversation.
Yeah, a team that we haven't really had much chance to get focus on, but watching them now, just boxed up like you would expect most teams to be at this point of the match. Big box fights though taking place north of the hillside, and just like that, Chiffin and his duo immediately eliminated. So many teams just stuck in a little bit of the zone congestion here on the edge. Walrus, Warhite, a lot of materials kind of falling to the wayside. You can see that immediate materials refresh there for Warhite. Definitely got to be feeling pretty happy about that one, and they've certainly been duking it out to have those 4 eliminations and kind of just reaping the benefits of that aggression.
See it though, we jump back in with Victor and Blizzard here. Looking pretty clean so far in this game here. But the material does seem to be cut in half from right about where they want to be at, but the ammo count looking good. Heals looking pretty solid. Zone's right in front of them, so plenty to play for. Cooper gets punished there for opening up the edit, and now it's up to Miro here. Save should be possible, so he does have plenty of metal to work with. Yep, there it is. Gotta be careful though.
Still tough though, because now, again, just valuable heals and resources having to be expended there for Cooper, having been punished for trying to find some damage or even a knock or possible elimination there. But at the same time, it is Miro, it is Cooper, so I could definitely expect a 180 at any given moment whenever this duo is essentially in the playing field here. It's gonna be a move forward now. Miro ready to not waste any more time, gets around this tree, drops to the low ground, immediately boxes up, and might have a good chance now to maybe catch some teams off guard if they're able to tarp out far enough, but it does seem as though they're wary about some of those teams that might be on the hillside behind them.
Seeing boats, shots coming in here. He's got to play defensively. Didn't even get to get the full heal off, and instead he's going to go for the double heal. Meanwhile, on high ground, the second time we've seen Dorito and Belmar try to play for high ground, so we're seeing a little bit of consistency come out of this team. I can respect that. They weren't successful the last time they were up here, but this time they do have 5 eliminations and a pretty decent stronghold. So we could be seeing the development of a new team that wants to be one of those teams recognized for their high ground positioning, their high ground attempts. It's always an exciting type of play style in finals lobbies. Give it a second though. Team below them. It's Parse. He gets pushed back. Now Belmar and Dorito have a little bit of room to work with. This is going right off the cliff though.
This is
plenty of space there. Gotta be careful.
another pretty crazy tarp out though from Belmar and Dorito. They were just trying to make a full extension up on that high ground. And whether or not they'll be challenged remains to be questioned, but these teams are kind of stuck in these secondary high mid-ground layers. Seem to be the most oppressed right now. Because Belmar and Dorito, you can see those shots raining down from above here onto Swaggoon's box. Usain Bolt though, unsuccessful grapple blade, trying to get the mantle, I think, to try and challenge in that box, but instead, we'll look to just continue seeing if he can try and push forward in these mid-ground layers. Some decent connections onto Neko Bolts, and that's going to be Usain Bolt's sign to just go. He needs to keep pressing forward, stay moving alongside with the zones, but now with the damage threshold coming in, potentially being saved by other teams getting elimed, just that immediate surge upwards in that damage threshold.
That's right, numbers are gonna jump here. Golden left as a solo right now. Look at all the HP bars cut in half. The surge has done its work. The storm's done its work. This weird terrain making it difficult. This is gonna be a pretty ridiculous end game right now. 27 players still alive right here. Miro and Cooper back in the running here for elims and have a chance for some end game placement points if they just can stay alive a little longer. They do have a little bit more mats to work with than most of the lobby. High ground has had their fair share of troubles as well as it changes hands. War Heights and Epic Walrus coming in. The inspiration there is laughable, but see here, he's gonna jump on down, and yup, they're gonna continue to maintain this position here.
Height though still being a little bit juggled back and forth, I would say, but might have finally been truly established there by Epic Walrus, and War Height is now not only from below, Cooper as well, striking through different player floors just when they least suspect it. You've got to stay really aware at this point, and it's just so difficult though when the edits are constantly being broken all around you, floors being placed every which way alongside of walls. It's really easy to lose track of who's where, and that's where I think a lot of experience comes through for Miro specifically. He's doing such a great job at leading Cooper through some of this mid-ground, but the zone is so unforgiving right now for Shaner. The way that it's pulling back over this elevation, just merciless to all these teams that were caught in the mid and low ground layers. They're having so much difficulty with just trying to get back towards that elevation.
Well, let's watch it here. Cooper is now by himself, so picked up. Now left to fend for it. It's Miro completely out, and no, he falls. No points picked up in the process either, but it is still a top 5 solidified there. Now we move into it. Walrus trying to make a name for himself here, see what he could do. Heals are going to come out. It's going to set him up for success. He does have 3 floppers, so... Oh, no, he falls with them. No, this is a problem here. So you can see a little bit of that inexperience coming in, and doesn't matter, though. They do end up closing out as they close out strong there and hit the shots when it does matter. So GG's for them, taking a big win.
Yeah, excellent challenge for Height up against Belmar and his duo Dorito, and it just did not pan out for Belmar and Dorito the way they were hoping, but for Warheart and Epic Walrus, I mean, again, it's just players that you might not necessarily anticipate to look for those high ground challenges. I think they did a really good job at just effectively keeping those lower layers so punished, so restricted in their movements until they decided it was a good time to drop to just look for the cleanup components.
Well, there you have it. It's all said and done. Epic Walrus and Warhite take a win, and that's a first for them here on the main stage. Zeke, what you got for me?
You know, MDF, we're coming down to the last couple of matches here on the day, and a big victory royale. Remember, with pair that with eliminations, you can pair that with good placement, you could find yourself up in that top 250. This is the FNCS, this is NA, and guess what? We're playing a ton of games. We got a bunch of lobbies all happening at the same time, and after 2 weeks, we're gonna take the top 250 best duos, and they will move on to semifinals. For Walrus, for Warhite, they're looking to make sure they can find themselves in a good placement, especially after this first week. That going into week number 2, they will basically be able to hit the ground running. As we start to kind of wind down here, friends, I kind of wanted to get your thoughts on this game, and so far, how you've kind of been enjoying the day.
I mean, hey, listen, this game was actually huge for Walrus and Miko there, because that game right there, you can see total after that, their total points after that was 185, which means that game was absolutely massive for them. The swing right there was huge. I think that puts them into the top 50 actually, so that is really, really good.
Yeah, right now for these teams that might not be getting into that top 10 position because so many games have already been played, they are just trying to collect as many points as they can to help their overall points leading into the semifinals. Speaking of overall points though, Ritual and Reet definitely got a few more points after their 4th victory royale, Zeke.
Did you say 4th victory royale? What the heck? 432 points. Reet, Ritual, this is just week 1. Save some for week 2. Oh my gosh. 4 victory royales, guys, especially under this type of format where it's extremely chaotic. If that doesn't say consistency, I don't know what else could.
Yeah, I mean, they are definitely popping off. I was wondering who was going to end up with the most VRs. I guess it's in Reet and Ritual's hands now. Not entirely sure if Booga and Aviv would be able to catch up. We'll have to see.
Man, I want to talk so much more, but you heard the bus. We're getting back into the action. Rise, Iamzo, we're jumping in with them. So let's send on over to the casters.
Rise and Iamzo have definitely given us a show today. This time, much different lobby. In the distance, we see a little bit of Degen and Larson there too. So here to mix it up. Reminder, if you are just tuned in and watching this qualifier, weekend number 1 for the first time here at the FNCS, there's a lot going on. These games are all running at the same exact time. There are lobbies rolling back to back. Players don't really know who they're going to be queued into, so you could be contested one game and then not the one after that, right? But ultimately, I think it kind of raises the difficulty bar in some ways, but you can also find in other ways a little bit of room, right? Especially when it comes down to how much of a player skill gap there is, because you can get a little bit of everything here so far.
Well, that's certainly one thing that Larson and Degen are trying to establish right now, Monster. It's that room to work with. They want space, and with Iamzo and Rise so close quarters, potentially Iamzo, Rise as well, we can create some space of their own. If they can find successful eliminations, instead it's going to be the backside taken fully advantage of. Rise and Iamzo caught between 2 separate teams now. While they find an elimination on one, they have to worry about the duo that came in after the fact, and it's Omizi, it's Dash, who will find the finishing blow there onto Iamzo and leaving Rise in this solo position alongside of the other duo. You got Trick there, who had just lost his duo to Rise and Iamzo, but Rise trying to make Omizi and Dash possibly think that he's already left the area, but you can tell they're sitting on that reboot card. They know that Rise wants to try and get a reboot going with the Iamzo.
Yeah, and if he could get there in time, it's not too late to just jump into the Pleasant Plaza and potentially go for a pickup. I also see, I believe that might be a Rift Island off to the side there too. So definitely some options here to work with. Rise just waiting it out, biding his opportunity here. Trick gets all the information. Obviously, he can hear what's going on here, and he doesn't move a beat. He doesn't move an inch. Frozen in place. Rise, there it is. Reboot van scouts it out first, and I guess the call comes out. Yum's like, nah, bro, just play it out. It's all good. That's what he's gonna do here. Max material, plays as a solo. It's not bad. He still make some work with this.
Could possibly just be Rise, though, waiting for some of those teams still hanging around to rotate forward, and then he might look for the reboot ban opportunity, but definitely more than capable to play it as a solo if need be. So we'll just have to keep tabs on Rise, see whether or not he gets that reboot possibility onto Yamzo. But aside from those two, Zypha, sure, they're also hanging out here right by Pleasant Piazza. And for Zypha and Shore, you've got the audio cues coming from just above you as far as those shots being fired are concerned. But they haven't necessarily gotten active just yet. Same can't be said, though, for Source and P-God, putting a lot of pressure right now onto Lacey and Jivy underneath them. And Jivy's got to be careful with some of these peaks. With Source kind of altering some of these edits, getting some good visuals down below. He knows that there's definitely a team to take advantage of for possible refreshes, even though they're looking pretty solid as far as a loot is concerned.
Source here, already on the fly on in. I like the situation like you mentioned, though. The loot is looking pretty decent. Sniper in hand, too. Can we see something explosive come out of it? There it is. Used to break the wall. It's one way to bust your way into a conversation here. Pretty aggressive so far from what we're seeing. I'm thinking they've recognized something we don't. The pre-edit comes through. Oh, that was just gross. Makes it look too easy. The walls were already opened up, completely exposed there. That's just some pro player tech right there. Cam Slam on the high ground now. 6 elims for Cam Slam and a Diminished. Okay, this is a pretty decent game for them so far. Pressure coming in, though. No one wants to give them hype for free, and they got to move.
It's just watching somebody's builds get sprayed non-stop, and you almost expect it. You're like, okay, you guys can chill now, but Baba and Trix, they're definitely not trying to let Cam and Diminished have height for free. But Cam definitely has a lot of solid material, so builds not necessarily too threatened, but gotta be careful because 93 can rapidly turn into 13 as we start to get into these moving zones.
Big tags coming in here. High ground, still getting comfortable here so far, Taco. They're just kind of easing their way in. No pressure from down low. No difficult questions to answer just yet. Smooth sailing here as we're approaching this temp zone so far. 500 above the surge here for Source and P-God as well. And there's a little bit of an eerie silence as far as the fights are concerned here. Most of these layers kind of chill so far. Low ground, not too much going on. There it is. Finally, players start to fall. One's going to be to the hands of P-God there. 4 more need to fall before the surge deactivates for a second.
This is just one of the more spread out lobbies that we've seen in some of these tighter zones. It's kind of impressive at how everyone has kind of managed to find their own little cubby, their own little corner. And now, as the zone continues to pull back, Shore, Zypha, they're aware of the fact that they've got teams directly next to them. It's going to be Blink, actually, be the first to get aggressed upon and will get knocked. Nice refresh there for Shore. Gets a decent amount of builds off of it as well. And we'll use that to tarp through that secondary height layer. But tapping back into Source and P-God. P-God, having found another elimination, means that they've got a little bit of this low ground under a decent amount of control. Now Source just trying to see if he can find a clear path forward. But Degen and Larson more or less in the same boat. Just looking slightly worse for wear here as Larson's going to expend these last couple of small shield potions.
And also just 35 builds too, so pretty tough spot to be in. Meanwhile, 4 builds just on Zypha here as he's running even less at this moment. They need this big elimination here if they can grab it, but something doesn't feel right. The calls mates just hold off for a second. They are just close to that top 20 placement as well, so Plenty of options to be made here, or I should say top 10 placement. P-God by himself here, jumps all the way low. That's it. That was his last mat right there. Taco, this is it. He will have to play for elimination, but no, the wall falls down. No protection is there. Zypha behind shore here, both very hurt. Caught, zone, too much damage.
Larson and DJ now. Larson finding a brief moment to actually get some utilization out of this Mega back to full HP. And now it's Larson, it's DJ taking the immediate charge forward. That's going to be a nice elimination there onto Jack, as now DJ tries to collect the other onto Timeless, but no, instead DJ turned on Larson, split from his duo only momentarily. Doesn't have any sort of heals either, just has to depend exclusively on managing to find some sort of miracle refresh here. But with only 3 builds left, MDF, it's looking a bit grim, and sure enough, Perezi will get the final elimination blow there. A decent run attempt, though.
The Mission Cam Slam, though, remember, did hold the high ground this entire time successfully, and again, we talked about it felt easy for them. They were really cruising their way through, almost frictionless, as they just battled their way towards the end game and almost picked up a double-digit elim, so that has to be a very respectable game for them. 9 elims to close that one out is pretty solid this late into the tournament run. And remember, the queues are starting to slow down now. Your chances, you're probably on your last games for all we know. That right there was a big opportunity for them.
All about making sure that, hey, you might not have started the day strong, but if you can get a strong finish on the day, that's another way to look at things. And for a Minish and Cam, definitely impressive by the fact that they weren't challenged on the high ground, but they're not the only team that's looking to take height. We've also got our desk to break it down even more for us.
Thank you guys so much. My gosh, a day of Fortnite at this speed is crazy. It's unlike anything else, and this is just week number 1 of the competition. To think we have a whole other week of this exact thing is just got me so hyped. But as we're geared up for the last game, just like MDF said, this is kind of it. We've had kind of a window where players could play a number of games, but now we're coming down to that final wire. We only have one left to go before we end the queues for this week. Now, with that being said, I do want to highlight some things here in this game. A big victory royale. Remember, we're just trying to place well, right? If you can get yourself that victory royale, that's going to be huge, especially if you kind of think about it in the context of like the coming weeks, where once you hit that upper bracket, if you can get yourself a victory royale, you're going straight to grand finals. So this is kind of like a bit of practice, right, Viv?
Yeah, 100%. Like Taco put it the best, right? She mentioned, you know, not necessarily about how you start today. It can definitely be about how you finish, because these games, right, we've seen multiple teams put up very high elimination games. That on top of the VR, that's just so many points. You can just fly all the way up the leaderboard, grab yourself just that many more series points, and set yourselves up very, very well for week number 2 qualifier.
Yeah, and just the more points you're able to get, the more series points you're able to accumulate, and that's definitely going to help you put you into the upper bracket for the semifinals day 1, which is definitely where you want to be. You want as many opportunities as possible, and by just grabbing a victory royale in the semifinals will send you right to grands, and then you have other opportunities throughout the next 2 days. So these teams, it's not so much, oh, let's just see how well we do. No, they want to get as many points as possible to be put up into that upper bracket.
Yeah, and this is also kind of like practice for next week, right? You can kind of take what you've learned from this and go, okay, well, how do we attack next week better? How do we make sure we do hit those points that we kind of need to make sure we end in the top 250? A duo that I feel like has been pretty on fire is Larson. I wanted to highlight them very quickly, especially after that last game. I mean, this is kind of where we want to position ourselves, right? Especially when we put it in the context of what did we learn? Well, just look at Larson. Do what Larson did.
Yeah, hey, listen, sometimes you just got to go ahead and get into the box. Not necessarily a play that works out all the time, but when it does, it is very well worth it. Picks up a refresh right there, tries it again, tries his luck one more time, ends up going down, but still a top 10 finish there in one of our last games is going to be very, very helpful.
No, and just like what Wataka was saying, you might not have started out strong, but you want to end off strong. The day started a little rough for them, averaging around 27th place. But in the last 3 games they've been in, they've gotten top 8 every single time. So this is the time that they're going to start collecting those points, trying to climb up the leaderboard. They're currently sitting in 80th place, but currently sitting in first place. Oh, what do you know? It's Ritual and Reet.
Of course. In case you guys haven't picked up, Kelly's a fan of Reet. He's a player from NA West of
And
Old.
Ritual.
Okay, all right. Hey, Reet and Ritual. Okay, I'm sorry there. As we kind of turn attention there to the top 20, there's still a ton of these names, right? Remember, we are aiming for how high we can place for those series points as the weeks go on. Right now, even just looking at this top 20, I mean, just look at some of these names as we look on over to even that top 30. I mean, just considering, again, like I like to just think about the chaos that we've seen today. What will our players learn? What will the takeaways be? How will this experience kind of help them evolve in the coming weeks?
Yes, it's just all about that experience. And, you know, we've kind of talked about it a lot throughout today, right? Being like, oh, you know, how are the players going to adapt? What's going to change at all of their POIs, all the objectives that are around the map? And now that they kind of see what that looks like going into next week, they will definitely have a better picture in mind of what that will actually look like. So we might see some even more dominant performances next week.
Yeah, I think at least looking at some of our top teams right now, landing on those mythic POIs, such as Ritual and Reet going for Reckless Railways, Booga and Aviv landing Snooty Steps, that definitely offers a lot of positives. But Peterbot and Poyo, who are doing this kind of split drop, who aren't going to get the mythics, but they are near the forecast, I think just putting yourself in a position to get a strong early game that obviously leads to a beneficial mid and late game seems to be working for at least our top 3, but also they're just really good at Fortnite, so that's, you know, an element as well.
Yeah, and I think for me, when I kind of continue to think about this like evolution situation, right? I wonder, like, if we just say like Reet and Ritual, how many of their games have been we land and we're just completely uncontested, right? And then how many of the games have been like, hey, maybe there's a duo, maybe there's up to, you know, let's just say 5 duos that have suddenly landed here. How do they adapt situation to situation, right? And for them, they're doing it, right? They have this strong lead. When I'm thinking about like, okay, if I want to be like them, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna watch their games. I'm gonna kind of see what happened game to game. And even me, just as Zeke, I have to go back and do that this week, right? Like, how did they put on this performance? It feels so dominant.
I mean, sometimes it just comes down to something just as simple as what Kelly said. Sometimes you just gotta be really good at Fortnite.
There you go.
That's
Kelly,
it.
you're wise.
No, I was. Oh, never mind.
You know what, Kelly? Hold that thought. This is it. Final game on the day. This is a full-length game. That's right. So if we've been going a little too quick, it's okay. We'll take a breather. We start at the very beginning. One last ride. Let's get into it with our casters, MDF and Taco.
Let's do it. Here it is. Muzz and Paper sitting on the beach here, enjoying some time in the sun while they gather material here as we are in the final queue that we're going to be showcasing here today. And you can see we're in early, Taco. We have a lot of Fortnite in front of us.
Yeah, and with a duo that we haven't really gotten to see too much from here today, but they are one of our duos kind of in contention for finishing in that top 10 of this week 1 leaderboard, which would just be a nice little, I think, motivation boost, confidence boost. Just a good feeling all around when it comes down to top 250 duos and you manage to finish within the top 10 of them. And they have actually found the Victory Royale as well on the day here. So Muzz and Paper, they're definitely just kind of focusing on doing their thing and continuing to just kind of gel as a duo.
Yeah, let's not forget, Paper's been around for a long time as well, just putting in the work. So, like you said, it's good to have your moments in your competitive roadmap and you know, as far as your accolades are concerned, performing big, getting top 10s, especially in today's day and age. Take a look here, back in with Bacon and TK. Up inside that top 20, definitely putting up the numbers, definitely going to be earning a fair amount of series points coming out of this week. Setting themselves up for success here. On over to Nerdface and Curly. Already 2 elims, so they wrap up one of the, what's this, 4 teams that might have been here themselves in the mix. Very congested. It looks like there's another team on the way coming from the steps.
that's for sure. But Curly the Goon, quick shout out to the Goons there. I'm not sure if that's, you know, him showing love to Pink or not from EU, but Curly definitely just trying to do his thing here on NA. And it's not going to be all that easy there for Onyx and Debo, because they've got to actually work through Nerdface and Curly if they want to find themselves continuing their run. Although there's a decent chance that some of these teams might just flat out not look to fight Monster and just go exclusively for placement. As long as they're able to keep their Surge Tag damage threshold in a decent spot, placement's sometimes all you need.
Yeah, placements can definitely earn you a lot, but we all know with how big teams are putting up performances here in the elimination lane, you have to accommodate your placement games with elims. It's just, there's no way for you to make a true dent, especially if I had to assume this late into the last lobbies, folks are probably going to be trying to, you know, pretty much make a hero's effort here, have a really big game.
If anything, it can be a big learning point, though, for some of these newer teams, at least, managing to work their way into the top 250 of duos here in week number 1. But DC Awesomer, Vet, not necessarily finding an opportunity just yet onto Vizo and Nine, but at the same time, it's evident that Vizo, Ein, they're probably not going to be able to escape this completely unscathed. I feel like with the amount of time that DC and Vet already invested, they might just be looking for a high ground position and then possibly just looking to turn around and prevent an easy rotate there for Vizo and Ein.
Big fan of this setup right here. They caught out Solo. They're just trying to push in its vision. Just trying to move. Desperate to get back to his teammate. Teammate putting down some good fire here, but DC Awesomer is already on the hunt. You barely tag them, but they feel, like I said before, this is where teams are going to get really aggressive. They're going to want to just find as many elims as possible. It's very clear that you have to pop off right now, and likely everyone else is going to be pushing teams as well, so this should be a more or less much lighter lobby for what it's worth.
But this attack, though, from Awesomer and Vet, they've done a great job at just forcibly splitting up Vizo and his duo here. Ein looking to put some fight back. Vet nearly finds himself getting knocked in the process, but it will be a clean elimination finish there for DC Awesomer. The ones exchange panning out in this duo's favor, and Vet, DC Awesomer, again, it could just be a team that's looking to not struggle with surge damage later on.
Yeah, you know what? And I can respect a duo that can win their ones. Each of them definitely took a one-on-one at some point or another. They isolated the opponent and ended up sealing the deal there, closing out the job. So very well played. Polarized is down, however, here in this fight with Death. Let's take a look at how that all unfolded. Take a look here. Death had an angle, but Trick seems to have stronger play in mind. They find Polarized weakened on the backside, trying to find a fresh angle here to potentially support Death, but the wall was a wood wall. It was already damaged, so one burst is going to let you slip right on inside. And Trix and Ball are pretty happy right now. Just, you know, situating the material count here, getting comfortable, and having themselves a nice end game.
That little beam of light, though, into the darkness that surrounds Trix and Baba. But again, this is a team that's a lot more focused as far as just getting their materials up. And I think they're also kind of just sticking around here because they don't want to let Death collect Polarized reboot card for free. We've been seeing that time and time again throughout these lobbies, MDF, just teams sticking around a little bit extra to try and stop solos from having that reboot card opportunity.
Yep, Jagveer putting pressure down on some solos, rotating on the backside here. Just north of Ruined Reels. Let's jump on over, see what's happening over here. Rift Island, possibly taken to formation here. You have Bacon and TK in the mix as well. And there it is. First to the punch here. TK goes right on up. No time to waste.
Nobody even nearby to try and prevent them from taking full advantage of looking for the capture point here on Rift Island. So I almost want to say it's safe to say that TK and Bacon got this, given that there is just nobody else close by. And yeah, you can see TK not even bothering with putting up any sort of walls or anything, just knows that they are so uncontested for Rift Island. That capture point is completely free, so they will be able to just essentially collect all the resources available to them from the Rift Island. Definitely a nice little swing for those two to collect. Meanwhile,
this is a duo that I like a lot right here. Walkers and Shadow. You know, they've been playing with one another. They played all year long last year. This is a team that has exponential, like incredible potential. Both of them are super mechanically gifted. I think if they just continue to work through their weaknesses, which honestly I think comes in the form of a sense of direction, making the right decisions and committing to it. They've had a tough time, you know, being contested, taking certain battles during the FNCS weeks, and they haven't quite had a good solid drop, I think. But if they can get their loot together, I can see a team like Shadow and Walkers popping off and jumping up into the you know, the elite conversation, if you will. They have enough experience under their belt now,
but always still looking to add more. And these are definitely training moments. I understand that, yes, there's series points on the line here, but you talk about, you know, Shadow and Walkers and them struggling a little bit with their mid to end game calls as far as commitment is concerned. And again, I highly doubt they're the only ones, even with the amount of experience that they have, that might be struggling with some of those decisions, because it is an extra layer of difficulty competing in these lobbies, because again, you just don't know who you're up against. You don't know if somebody might actually be looking to intercept you on your traditional loot path. Just a lot of varying factors that could come into play with multiple lobbies running at once.
Muslin Paper, the same team we kind of started this journey with. Again, up inside that top 10 right here. It's a beacon of confidence for them. Back on over to Death. No polarized. Still haven't been able to successfully get the pickup. And if he did, we looked away and he was taken out again. But there, the vault finally emptied out and not even a med kit left behind for him. So tough spot to be in here, as Death is just really struggling right now to stay in the game here. And being held too. Haji, Hound, Flex, all these players in the zone, mind you.
It's absurd to think that there would even be 3 other players surrounding Death currently, because I have to imagine as these teams and solos start to rotate out from Snooty Steps, they're likely going to be held on edge of zone, because so many other teams have just had better opportunity to already set up inside of the zone. But poor Deathman just can't really seem to catch a break here. Is still going to look for that reboot van opportunity. Death, honestly, I respect the play. I respect the commitment. He's already gone this far. And if you're going to look for that reboot opportunity, now would be better than later on, because he's not going to find one after this.
I was just gonna say, after that long, I wouldn't have even boxed, man. Just you know, leave it in the Lord's hands. You know, just leave it with Epic, dude. Let it play out the way it's gonna play out. But it's all good. It seems like they're gonna get a successful pickup going there. Day and Redux now. Little elim for each, not bad. 400 damage above the surge threshold. Things have really, you know, taken a slow turn now, as this lobby was, I mean, it was cooking up, and now it turned into one of the more stacked ones. Like 66 players to the 6 zone, half in, half out. So that's definitely a warning to be given to the lobby. So here we have it. We're going to be geared up for a pretty competitive end game now, as I think all the teams that wanted to push and fight have kind of gotten it out their systems.
But with the direction that Day and Redux are headed, could be problematic. We saw Muzz and Paper off in the distance, and, well, Flexi, Haji, they were one of the teams kind of holding Death up over at Snooty Steps, and you could see they managed to find that cleanup elimination onto Hound, who was left to try and preoccupy his time as a solo. Hound maybe recognizing the fact that he wasn't going to be able to utilize that reboot van and Snooty Steps, and you can see those arrows trickling forward now. That's bound to be Death and Polarized trying to make their way into a good position that can hopefully give them a bounce back opportunity, because you have to imagine their loot probably slightly shambles after everything that they seemingly went through in these first 5-6 zones.
Well, Bacon still has to play this one out. 37 above here. Just a short way to the new zone, and teams are zipping everywhere. Trying to time his rotate perfectly, but no, a team recognizes he is by himself, and Bacon gets hard push now. And there it is. Has to dip into his heels here. This next zone's going to start to hit for a lot, so he's got to get out ASAP while everyone else is on the move, and there it is.
Yeah, no surprise to see a team trying to keep Bacon, given that he was in that solo position. It's interesting, though, that Bacon actually managed to still find his way to a brief moment of relief here. Trying to see if Bacon can maybe find a good pickoff opportunity. A duo that just happens to split a little bit too far from each other even. Could be all it takes. And Death seemingly having lost Polarized almost as quickly as he was able to get that reboot off. So his efforts, unfortunately, in vain here, as now Death forced to try and make something happen as far as placement points are concerned here. But it's definitely not going to be an easy feat by any means.
Well, let's watch it. V-Line and ARF jump in. Quick replay here to see how it all plays out. In through the side, finds the elimination, cleans it up nicely, and all of a sudden they are in the game here. Muzz and Paper are dead center right now. Look at all the bases just starting to get built up, but there's plenty of players also taken to the sky right now. They're way above the surge. For only a single elim is pretty impressive.
That's just what I was about to say. It's, you know, we're tracking the same thought process here, and honestly, I'm kind of more surprised at the fact that we're not seeing Muzz and Paper choose to get a little bit more aggressive here. Maybe just kind of recognizing the fact that they are in such a good position as far as surge threshold and everything else is concerned. They just want to focus primarily on just maintaining a good positioning in the lobby overall. Just make sure that they don't get caught out or caught in between two teams like we've seen happen so many other times for some of these other players.
Still trying to clutch this one up by himself here. As mayhem unfolds all around. Bacon in this super odd terrain. This is how you know he's trying to keep his mega low profile. He's playing the super low ground. Crouched up, huddled up, not making a sound there, just waiting this one out. Meanwhile, Death in the same situation here, pretty much in shambles, just inside old builds, trying to stay out of harm's way right now. Again, he was in the zone for who knows how long, just to save Polarized, and now Polarized taken out there, so probably didn't even get the touchdown, to be fair.
I think it's the 6 bandages that really makes me just like feel bad for Death. It's like he doesn't even Red doesn't even have a med kit, you know? He doesn't have any shield, like nothing. It's just 6 bandies that he can't even take advantage of.
I like this rotate though. Super dead side rotate goes all the way around here. Look at this, avoids a lot of
traffic
here. Yep, nicely done. Look, Lacey's in this game as well, alongside Jibby there.
All the bandages, at least one of them, can finally be used now. Death's got a pretty decent position though. He might be able to maintain a low enough profile. See how far he actually manages to get here, as now Paper, Muzz, a little bit of ruling over the high ground here now. Paper placing a couple of cones, trying to spread out, get even bigger view of all those teams in the secondary high and low ground layers, see where they can spray. And it's Lacey and Jivvy on that ultimate low ground for the time being. Doesn't seem as though Lacey and Jivvy feel all that confident with trying to immediately challenge some of these players in their boxes, so instead they're just going to continue tarping things through on that low ground.
Well, Zooks and Usain Boats are on the move right now. Try to get into position here. They find it. It looks good for them. Walker's going to find the elimination in the feed there too. Meanwhile, Higher and Ray is on the move here. 7 elim, so a pretty big game for them. You see the Mythic shotgun in hand too. That's going to be doing the big damage here. This is not a safe layer by any means here, but he's looking to the back of the zone right now. All wood here, so he does have to be careful. That burst SMG creeps in so easily. Bacon tries to put up a poise, tries to fight back. 10 builds now, make it less. Has to edit through, misses the edit. Oof. That's gonna cost him zone damage, and the zone bounces back. Ducky's on him now too. Too many players in the area, and there it is, the shotguns. Ends up finding them, it's AJ Mall. Meanwhile, Death's still alive. Here are those bandages that we talked in, the bandages that we focused in on, keeping him alive right now.
But for how much longer? That damage threshold just bouncing back and forth between 4 above and, you know, just a little bit below.
Ooh, little elimination there onto Higher there. Nicely done for Death. Okay, so he finds his first elim there. Big point. The grapple starts to recharge. To the front side he goes. A little bit of a refresh on Mats. Burns through most of them. But it is what it is. At least he's in the game.
It's so unfortunate he didn't get a chance to actually pick up those small shield potions, though. Could have definitely benefited from having a little bit of extra shield there. Instead, just 1 bandage remains now for Death, but doing a great job of rotating through all these pre-existing layers. Grapple blade forward, trying to get up into that secondary height mid-ground layer position, but just keeps getting forcibly blocked off. Now forced to try and pickaxe through some of these pre-existing builds. And again, with only 1 bandage remaining, Death, he's got to come up with another elimination somewhere. But it just doesn't seem like he's able to find anyone.
Yeah, and it's not just the elim. He has to pick up the heals. He has to find a chance to actually utilize them. Players there, though. That's not safe. No. Knocked on the wrong door finally, and someone answered. Wasn't the response he was looking for Day, though. Also just ratting his way through the builds, though, but he does have some material. Starts to break out into a mad dash, into a sprint, tries to change some layers. Has to be careful, though. He's got the attention of the players right above him. Yeah, he is just in that mid-ground layer heavily right now. Muzz and Paper starting to look down. Edgy jumps into a box with Tavern, but gets taken out. Tavern now by himself. His dash is above him. Jivvy and Lacey right in front here versus Tavern. Will they make the edit on him? Little do they know, he's definitely damaged.
You can see some of the pickaxes of regret, though. Tavern knocks on 1 wall, realizes there's 2.
Ooh,
but it will
dang.
only take 1 to actually eliminate him. That's going to be Day with the credit elimination onto Tavern. But Day, with that drop to the low ground, didn't actually get a chance to pick up any sort of siphon materials there. Bit unfortunate circumstances, but still a clean elimination at the very least. And now Lacey, Muzz, having actually lost Paper, has 2 floppers though. And it could be enough for Muzz to look for the challenge onto the low ground.
Down.
And it's
Not
encrypted.
Not enough. Muzz jumps down, tries to hit the shot, and uncharacteristically, by the way, missed the big hit. He did find a little bit there, but not exactly what he was looking for. But well done to Encrypted, man. Finds himself a little clutch elimination. You talked about closing out the day strong there, Taco. I mean, he did just that.
That was everything that Muzz could have possibly wanted, but the fact that he just didn't manage to get that last second connection. And 28 damage, it's definitely not what you're looking for.
Yeah.
But it's brutal sometimes. That's just also huge credit to Encrypted for keeping his cool in that situation. And you could see the benefits of just being able to turn things right around. Didn't let himself panic in that instance.
Yeah, Ducky Slam and Encrypted, congratulations on taking a win there to close out their FNCS Qualifier Weekend 1 because they really needed it. You have to get as many points as possible here.
Yeah, and when everything comes down to series points for these first couple of weeks, finishing in even the top 10, top 20 can make a really big difference overall. But I think especially for our top 10 teams, I'm really interested to see what that leaderboard looks like.
Well, definitely. We'll have to see that from us here, Monster and Taco. We'll see you guys next time. But first, let's send on over to Zeke.
Hey, thank you so much, MDF and Taco. Fantastic set of games. And man, again, it's just been rapid fire all day long. It was nice to just get a little breather there. A longer game, more context overall. Whew, I feel good. Everything is right once again. Let's take a look at our winners out of that last game. If you're just tuning in, you missed out on a lot of action, but hey, Slam Jam, Encrypted, congratulations to y'all. The victory royale on the day. That is kind of gonna help propel them going into next week, right? Because as Taco had mentioned, for these first 2 weeks, we're really just trying to slam series points down on that leaderboard. So the higher placements we can make after the 2 weeks are done, the higher chance we have of making it into the grand finals. And here, Encrypted, Slam Jam, just trying to close it out, right? Again, it's been a bit of a chaotic day, a ton of games being played, but still, the victory royale is all that matters.
Hey, they go ahead and end it strong there, and against none other than Muzz. It's actually kind of funny, not so funny for Muzz, but kind of funny in the sense that Muzz actually had no medium ammo left, right? He had nothing in his AR, so he couldn't actually follow it up. Played such a big role right there, I feel like, and that's like one of like the only times I've ever seen that actually come into play.
Yeah, actually, you're right. You would think that if you're low on ammo, you would just go to the low ground where there's a lot of scattered bodies around, but unfortunately for them, they just weren't able to get that timing down, and they did not walk away with the victory royale, but still second place is pretty good. However, I'm excited to see which duo is in our first place for our leaderboard.
Sounds like Kelly is spoiling the fun because we know who is currently sitting there at the top. It is Reet. It is a Ritual. Take a look at this lead. So what I wanted to do, you're probably, if you've been with us, you're like, okay, 527, that number is like astronomical already, okay? But there's been a couple of accolades we had to highlight for y'all, okay? From Reet and Ritual today, they got the most VRs of any region, which was 5, you see there. Most points, next up was OCE at 440. The most top 5 placements, which was 6. The most 10 and 15 elimination games, the most single game elimination games, which was 19, and they were responsible for 11% of the victory royales in NA today.
Yeah.
I don't know what these guys had for breakfast, but I'll take 2.
I mean, their last 4 games were absolutely crazy. Back-to-back wins, getting 4 in a row there. And apparently, if you were to only count their last 4 games, they would have won just as they already did.
Oh, no way.
Wow, that is insane. That is insane, Kelly.
I think this has been a long time coming. Reet and Ritual, they've been competing since Major 3 of last year. They had a top 10 performance in the Global Championships, and they had obviously a really good run in round 3, ending off the day in first place. So to see them doing this, I don't know if anyone could have expected this well, but I don't think it's as big of a surprise as maybe some other people are making it out to be. Both of these players are absolutely incredible. I already talked about the evolution of Reet, but Ritual was walking away with more eliminations in most of those games that we saw for the Victory Royale. So I think this is just serendipitous. I think that these two together kind of cover all facets of what you need to be for a top player in the FNCS, and I can't wait to see if they can do it again next week, because there's this possibility that it's, lightning in a bottle. But I really hope that this is kind of a new duo that can walk away as like the premier NA duo.
That's kind of where my head's at, right, Kelly, is because of this performance, they've almost painted a really big target on their back. So one of two things happens. Next week happens, they slam another 500 points. We go, wow, this duo they're the next global champions, right? Or they don't do well at all next week. And then we kind of wonder what happened. Why were you so strong on week number 1, Viv? Do you feel like maybe them just jumping out and coming out of the gate so strong is a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Where are you at?
I think it's a good thing for sure. I mean, the momentum's got to be feeling good, right? There's kind of been this big break from competitive Fortnite, FNCS specifically, right? And now they jump back into it. And the first week they come out with an absolutely incredible performance, which just means that, hey, they have to be feeling incredible themselves, and they have to be feeling really, really good to be back in the FNCS.
Okay. So friends, what are our expectations going into next week, right? We've had these set of games. We've gotten to kind of see how things can get really, really from chaotic to like, it's just a standard 2v2 to like, suddenly there's heal-offs. Like, what are these players need to change as they kind of have this week to reflect?
Well, if you did good, right, probably don't really change much, I would say. You just got to make sure that you're up there on the series point leaderboard. And if you already did well this week, you don't necessarily have to do too well next week. But for any of those teams that are looking to do a little bit better, hit the VODs, maybe check out some of these teams like Ritual, and where you kind of check out their strategy, see what they're doing.
Yeah, I think we might see a few more duos landing Reckless Railways. Not saying that is the only reason that Reet and Ritual, which the alliterations match there, the double R. I definitely think that people are going to be VOD reviewing Reet and Ritual, seeing what they did right, as well as the likes of Booga Naviv and Colden Acorn, and of course Peterbot and Poyo, who walked away in second place today. So yeah, definitely going to be some VOD reviewing for week 2.
Yeah, a very strong showing here in NA in just week number 1. But that's it for today. I hate this part where we just have to say goodbye and we'll see you next weekend, but that is where we're at. So for the players, much reflecting must need to be done. Hit the VOD reviews, come back stronger next week. From us, though, we just want to give a big thank you to all of you, to all the players. As always, it's so much fun hanging out with guys, talking Fortnite, seeing crazy plays happen. It's one of our favorite things ever. From our casters, Taco and MDF. From these guys, thank you all so much. As always, we love you. Keep yourself safe. We'll see you on that battle bus.